Kill us?
You say that.
I want it. I want it.
Okay, stress rising, stress levels rising. Okay,
Fine. It's fine.
give it a 3 and a 2 and a 1.
He's already
3,
alive.
2, 1.
All right. Welcome back to Tomb of Annihilation. And, well, last session was a bit of a messy one. The Last Resort Company have reached a point in the campaign right outside. All the cubes have practically been collected now. Every 9 of shrines have been visited, their puzzles mastered, their cubes collected, and they have now reached the entrance to the tomb itself. A dark, ominous obelisk looming over this entryway, and several red wizards and their thugs have set up a little bit of a patrol outside, knowing that someone would have to come here in order to open the shrine, and that they need not collect the rest of the cubes if you bring them to them. There's a brief exchange of words. Yeah, wet wizards. Yes, the wizards seemed to be cordial at first, but it was clear that their intent was not a pleasant one. Carrick, you asked them straight and said, do you intend on betraying us when we once we enter into the shrine? And they did not give you a flat, straight answer. They kind of danced around the question, saying, well, so long as you don't betray us, and etc., etc. You weren't having any of it either way. These are clearly not ones to be trusted. Also, in addition to that, there are something I forgot to mention last session is several gargoyles with yawning devil-like faces are staring down upon the battlefield. They have been unmoving since the conversation started, and even since the battle went underway. They're about 30 feet up in the air. And as soon as the battle erupted, I think it was Jason who began casting the first spell. That gave you a little bit of an edge. Thanks. Oh, you can stop streaming, by the way, on the Discord. As in, like, streaming on Discord. That might save you some power. There we go. Cool. All right, nice. So the first spell was flung, and it seemed like the cone of cold happened just before that. A great hail blindsided you from the corner here. Immediately, Rufus pounced on the opportunity to hunt down some red wizards, and they cornered something right here. This individual here is still invisible, so I've just put the little marker on them. But it seems like Rufus the lion has cornered this thing and knows exactly where it is. Then a spark of flame could be seen from Zagmira's hand as she tried to hurl a fireball towards the party. Ignir then counterspelled it, but it seemed like, what was his name? Yamok in the corner tried to prevent that, but it wasn't enough. He is probably still shitting his pants from this lion in the corner here. And then straight after that, Jason, you finally unleashed your globule of acid that coated the battlefield in front of Zagmira and indeed the obelisk. And as you start to see it dissolve away, a mass of shadows swirling seems to escape the blackened obelisk. And as it coalesces, you start to hear a voice in these strange abyssal tongue that I think only a couple of you can understand. Carrick, Ignir, right?
Yep.
And it says, Yes, Vawa, Ungath Vishneza. And you understand that as something along those lines. And that was not Rufus. This creature is probably about 10 feet tall. It's got these small wings and bloated body. Its form seems to be that of a humanoid pig with tusks that have kind of just extended out of its face. in many different directions. It has these goat-like feet, and as it presents itself, you start to see the swirling shadow coalesce around it, pulling itself in, as if this is the shadow that's just appeared. And there is still a semblance of shadow in the air where that broken obelisk lies. There's this kind of inky black swirl just floating there, impossibly black. And as it turns around, it notices the rest of the party here. It looks over you, Revire, and says, fuck it. Shunarab. And Carrick, Igni, you can understand. This one said something about... It seems to huff and say something about a shadow crosser. It's like it almost feels and recognizes your presence here, Revire. Yeah, you've never seen a creature like this before, I don't think. But Carrick, you rolled a 21 on Arcana. You know this to be a Nalfeshni, a demon from some countless abyssal level. They are not one to show compassion or empathy, or mercy for that matter. They only exist to destroy. And destroy at will. It claps its hands together, and then as it does, it pulls skin away, tearing from its hands some sort of ichor that bubbles and pops, and as it does, it sparks into this cloud, and it steps forward as well. Does anyone want to say anything before this guy begins casting this? Because I'll let you have like a reactionary thing.
Out of character, I don't think anyone can see it.
Oh, yeah, here he is.
That's more like it.
This is what steps out.
We have freed you from your prison. You should take revenge against those that placed you there, not us. In Abyssal.
Hmm. Kaxthos turns and sees Revire. Seems to be more focused in on you. It's definitely heard your words, Ignir, but it seems to reply, and what of you? And I think Revire, you would hear this telepathically at this point in common as well, because it does have that ability. You hear a voice echoing deep into your mind, and it claims that you are a shadow crosser, a gloom stalker. Our kind know you by many names.
She's a bit shook. No, I'd try and grab my bow.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think I'd say anything.
Okay.
Just try and grab any sort of weapon. Oh,
Yeah, you tell me.
Eric might chime in and just say,
Yep.
I can, if you, any kind of like gestures just to like the party, like if you leave in Abyssal, if you leave us alone, I can get you home before Sarek returns.
It turns to you, Carrick, and as it's still scraping its flesh off, creating this cloud of scintillating colors, it starts to like effectively surround itself in this cloud, and it says to you, I do not wish to go home. I have been freed. My hunger has reached an unbearable level. No. I will make the most of the time I have by feeding on the souls of mortal kind. starting with.
All I could say is a reaction.
Yeah, I think that's it. The demon steps forward, and Ignir, you can make me just a quick persuasion check, but I'm gonna say with disadvantage. This is just purely because this demon is created to destroy. Doesn't usually. Sorry.
Is it shift or control to do
Oh,
disadvantage?
control. Yeah, control. Okay. Yeah, even with a flat roll, it didn't look great. As this creature steps forward, its cloud encompasses all of you. And the feeling is one of a lightheadedness at first, and then a deep setting fear starts to crawl over your spines. If it isn't already, I need everyone within 15 feet of the creature, basically everyone but Ignir in this little huddle, to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Is this against a frightened condition?
Is this what now?
Is this a frightened? It's a frightened condition. It's trying to.
It is a fear effect, yes.
I have advantage.
Okay, you can roll advantage.
I believe I do as well. Fey ancestry, no?
Was that just charmed or is it
Just
frightened
charmed.
too?
Never the mind.
Gotta go to the gift school.
Gift school, yeah. Okay.
And it's sorry. So it's and you said it's a wisdom.
A wisdom saving throw, yes. Well, not one to cower in the face of death. Most of you seem to be alright.
Oops,
Carrick, however.
I didn't
this-
roll advantage.
Okay,
Oh
There it is.
yeah.
there it is. Well played. Okay, Dyrex will also roll. He doesn't seem to see difference between either of you. Oh wow, he's good. Okay. Dyrex, by the way, on his turn would have tried to crawl away. It kind of was his turn just before Jasin. He doesn't want to be part of any of this. During that, he's still gagged and bound, so there's nothing he can really do. But his feet are still able to move. So after that cone of cold, he probably would have left, going straight down. Doesn't want to be part of this fight. So I'm just going to leave him somewhere down there. Okay. Yes, you've all passed. Vaughn, I guess, is immune to the condition, friend. Yeah, he's immune. So you've faced down death many times before. This is no different. And although the absolute shitstorm is standing before you, he doesn't seem to move you in any fearful way whatsoever. Impressive. Your souls are hardened. They will be delicious. And I think, Ravai, he's going to start by going for you.
It's fair.
He's going to bring a claw around towards you. And here it is. A 19 to hit for 18 points of slashing damage. Its monstrous strength rakes across your face, and you are left with these bloody gouges so deep that all you can feel is pain. And it doesn't stop there.
Oh, that was on the head.
It goes for a second claw attack.
Does a 9.
Okay. Down to 5. Another claw slams into you. This time, probably more like a fist of knuckles that just kind of like wins you, keeling over, and it revels in your agony. That's for all the shadows you've banished, Gloomstalker. For all the attempts you've thwarted. And then it will turn to... Let's go towards Carrick. Yeah. It's gonna make well. You get an attack of opportunity, Revi, and
Target damage.
okay, that is a hit.
And then this for
Roll
8.
damage. 8 points. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to target.
All right, you stab into the back, and yeah, you just instead of blood, you sort of see this like sickly-looking tar kind of leak out, and the stench is of just a putrid, probably decayed corpse. This guy is definitely fresh from the abyss, or at least maybe fresh from his abyssal imprisonment. Carrick doesn't like the idea of you banishing him, does not want to be sent back there. And he's going to lurch forward, these set of teeth kind of all gnarled and decayed looking, and he's going to try and clamp them around your face.
Got it. Holy 38 damage.
Yeah. 15 misses. Okay.
Oh.
You see
Okay.
Vaughn just intercept the blow, because I think you've got +2 AC standing next to him, don't you? So yeah, Vaughn just kind of brings up both his arms and just immediately intercepts it, and you just see these jaws scratch down and scrape across the metal, and Vaughn denies him. And yeah, he just seems to tilt back his head. You will all die here. It is now Phasma's go, who's still cowering in the shadows here. Jesus. She's gonna run forward. Let's see here. As if it wasn't enough, you hear a scream, and a fiery ball suddenly lands in the middle of the pie, roughly about here. And I need everyone. Well, hold on, let me just do the deck save for you
Not
this
cone
way.
of cold? Not cone of cold?
It's not a cone of cold, no. You do see a streaking ball of fire land here. It's just about to detonate.
I feel like I stood perfectly for this entire problem.
Let me check, actually. I can't get my spell template down. What's going on there?
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it.
Dead or unconscious?
Actually, no, it can hit you. Good God.
You can still take half.
No.
5 HP.
No, I don't want to
Yeah,
get
no.
killed by a pig with tits.
This isn't the pig, this is Phasma.
Oh,
But
well, either way, I'm dead.
Jesus.
Dead or
Okay.
unconscious?
You are unconscious, right? Not dead.
Not 20.
Big, huge difference.
Where's the damage down? I can't see how much damage.
Okay, the damage went for 29 points of fire damage. It's hidden. It's because I'm actually hidden in stealth.
Right.
So I actually, so 29 halved is 15. So Born takes another 15 and I take.
Yeah, I made the save. I can't remember how many hit points I had prior.
I will tell you.
I think I had like 17 or something.
You had 12 to 14. Which number is it?
Not enough, it seems.
Yes, you were on 12.
Well, so long, chaps.
Hey, not like this.
I know.
I got it. It's for fine. My turn now, right?
It is. After that, you can see a rough position of where she unleashed this, because you would have seen the streak somewhere around here.
It's like the big beastie took some damage from it.
Now, Vishnu did take damage, yeah, but he seemed to be very resistant to this fire. As it licks up him, you start to see it kind of extinguish slightly. It's probably not from lack of flammable fur, but probably because of the cold of the abyss that he just emerged from. the lack of light means the lack of heat, and it seems like the flames do very little to him, and he just tilts his head back and laughs. Though it is a gargoyle's turn. They are going to swoop in as well. 20, 25. Now, they're 30 feet in the air right now, so they're going to spend most of their action swooping down to get to you. But that's what they're going to do. They're going to land right about 5 feet above Carrick. So yeah, they're not landing, sorry. They're still hovering up in the air, but they have one of them has swooped in towards you. And it is your turn, Carrick.
Eric, it's going to. So is he within range of like if he moves, he's gonna get an opportunity attack from that gargoyle? I guess that's really better.
Yeah, effectively, yeah. If he's 5 feet in the air, he's above your head.
Cool, I'll do that. Over here.
Oh. Okay, so you will take that swing with a claw. That would miss because of your +2 AC, right?
Yeah, Vorn will use his reaction. Give me 19.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Healing Word on Revia.
Try turning him up as well on Discord.
Just at first level.
I'm going to turn you up a bit, Ian.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. That's a bit better.
And,
Okay.
That's pretty nice. So Revia's conscious. I'm going to then I'm going to push a healing potion down Yasin.
Okay.
As my action.
Yep.
That's just 2d4, right?
If it's a normal healing potion, then 2d4
Yeah.
plus 2. Greaters are 4d4
That's
plus
all,
4.
I think that's all I have.
Okay.
So Yasin, you'll heal for 9.
Pig with tits. Oh.
And then Carrick is going to wheel around up this way and telepathically communicate with Vorn to get to pick up Yasin and Revia and run with them. And then Carrick is going to just kind of goad the big demon in Abyssal and just say, home is where the heart is. And then just step out of melee range to take an opportunity attack on that.
You're mad. It turns and says, "Fuck it," and turns around. I'm not going back home, is basically what he said. And it will take I guess its biggest blow will be the bite. I'm gonna do that. I know what you're doing though, and it's clever. Don't want to have it use its initiative. I mean, its reaction. Holy shit!
It's gonna hurt. I take half damage there.
Half damage because of Vorn.
I'm still than Vorn, so that's
Let me know.
17. I heal back 17.
Yeah, I can try and do that for you.
I got it.
Okay,
Cool. And that's action, movement, bonus action. That's my turn.
Okay, it does manage to get a chunk out of you this time. Nearly takes your whole arm off, and instead, because of Vaughn's protective aura, instead it just strips away the top layers of flesh. And you're left with like this meat, bloody arm. Okay, moving along. Rufus, the lion, is down here apparently. Oh wait, actually,
Yes, he was jumping
Lines
on
up.
some. He was jumping on some wizard face.
sorry, yeah, no, the lion's up there on the turn order. This is just Rufus because I forgot to actually polymorph Rufus. He's just on there as
He's
well.
just a lion.
Yeah,
You
so
tease.
the line will be after Ignir. unknown combatant number 1, unknown combatant number 2. What the hell are these?
Reinforcements. Friends.
No, wait, yeah, they are actually. There's 2 more
What?
thugs. Yeah, God. It's nothing big. It's nothing major. But yes, there are 2 more thugs. One's over
Thank
here.
God. I was so worried that was another cone of cold coming in. Hot.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous. Okay. Good Lord! What in the name of Nine Divine is that thing? They shout. They clearly see it as more of a threat than you guys. I'm gonna have them actually roll crossbow attacks at the now fashioning. Sorry, Carrick. I'm gonna do that. There we go. And the other thug looks at me and goes, "What are you doing? You're just pissing him off." He will fire anyway. Oh yeah, he just throws his crossbow to the side. Let's get back down the tunnel.
Carrick, you got hit by that first one.
Yeah, I've undone that. Don't worry.
Okay, sorry.
It shot through the thing. And
Okay, Born.
Born gonna do what he's told. Gonna run and scoop up the prone Yasin and Ravaya.
Mm-hmm.
Not incurring any opportunity attacks. He's also gonna happen to heal 10 hit points because that might come in helpful. And he's gonna run 30 feet south.
Okay,
way.
let's change the map up because I noticed you're right in a corner here, which isn't helpful.
I'm assuming picking both of them up is gonna be a action.
Okay. Width, height. Let's give it a bit more height. Hopefully that does something. And let's get rid of this wall. Should have done this before. Would have made sense. Let's change it to a change it to a door. Yeah, just because it's easier. Alright. Opening up the map to the lower half. Okay. You can still see your tokens, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Moving down into the dark.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, so Born's just got one in either hand. Is that his action to pick them? Since it's 2 people, is that his action to pick them up?
yeah, normally it would be
You can
like a free action.
multi attack, pick them up. But
yeah, okay. But he can get 30 feet down there now? No. I'll tell you what, I'll say this. You can drag both, but he's obviously going to be a half movement. So he moved from here, 1, 2, then he can get to there. He's going to like dash with both of them in hand. Sound
Yeah.
fair?
Mhm.
Cool. All right then. That's going to end Vaughn's go. Jess and Ravai, you're both kind of being jostled awake as your consciousness snaps to you, and you've realized you're underneath the armpit of Vaughn, and his metal hand clasped you and have carried you to safety. You are back to the very top of the round. Ravaya, what do? You've still got your weapons.
Okay. shit. Cool. I'm being carried. I suppose I could just attack this guy, or I could try and heal myself. Okay, no, I'm just gonna shoot at him. Well,
The demon.
yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, go on then.
No, it's gonna piss him off. Sorry.
That's fine, you can take your time. Take your time. Do not rush.
Alright.
Oh yeah, something else I forgot to do. Just have a little bit of a the shadow that's kind of emanated has filled the whole area. It's seemingly like spread, making everything monotone.
Good for the aesthetic. Yeah, I'm just gonna heal myself.
Probably what your head feels like as well.
Okay, I'm slightly less.
Actually, this
Sure.
feels like you're already dead. I'm gonna turn it off. I'll do that if you do actually end up dying.
Oh, just wait. Yeah, no,
Everything is fine.
everything's okay. I'm just gonna go all kind of floppy and let Vorn run off. I guess.
Got that
Yeah.
fog's with.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
Ah.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was fog too much. I'm turning it off. Alright, so that's gonna end your go. That's everything?
Yep.
Okay. The gargoyle up here is gonna swoop down. And it takes flight after you, Jason. It saw what happened. It knows you're the one who destroyed the pillar. It seems to have very clear instructions as to what to do with people who damage Acererak's front property.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Just kick
So he's
his
gonna just go.
mailbox.
In my defense, they really should have sealed it against acid.
Okay, he's just getting to there. He's still 30 feet in the air. But he's flying like parallel to you guys. And I'll just move him square over. There we go. Okay, Yamok is in the corner, fending off a lion. He doesn't want to be here. But Ignir, you're a threat as well.
No. Never a threat.
Not me.
Well, these wizards don't pull punches. He still has more third levels in the tank. He's gonna aim upwards, and he's launching a small ball of fire above your head, Ignir.
Give me a moment, I'm thinking.
Oh, that's so many ones.
A small ball of fire.
I guess he's technically invisible, so I can't do anything about
Yeah.
it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You've already used your reaction too.
It's true. You can't see him, but you can hear him at this point. And yes, you're right.
Yes,
you
you're
use
right.
your reaction.
Well, I'm unconscious, so there's that.
Oh no.
The worst of scenarios. 3 wizards and a goddamn demon are facing down on you. And this wizard doesn't seem to be holding back at all. He pulls out the... Oh wait, Rufus is also surely damaged already at this point.
Yes, and he only has 1 hit point. Assuming he is actually a familiar and not an actual lion now, it's hard to say.
He was polymorphed, so he actually had the HP of a lion.
Okay.
That's why he survived the initial cone of cold in the first place. Unfortunately, this second spell, and it is a small ball of fire, but it erupts like an explosion emanating from that singular point above your head, Ignir. There's nowhere to run, there's no cover to hide behind. It rains down fire upon you, and Rufus pops back into his pocket dimension. As for you, Ignir, you lay on the ground, and he sees the opportunity. He's going to come over to you and start wrestling your hand. You're unconscious, so you're powerless to resist this. Unworthy. You hear at the back of your mind, Ignir, as the world slowly turns to black, and Yamok is going to claim that Ring of Winter for himself.
What?
Oh shit!
Yep. He can't attune to it right now, but he is at least taking it from your possession. The Ring of Winter! It's mine! I knew it. He does seem to recognize what this is. The wizards were after it as well, it seems. With Zagmira dead, I will lead the Red Wizards of Fae! He's drunk with power as he tries to put the ring on. It is... Why is there 2 more unknown combatants? I think these can get lost. Yeah, these can go. Okay, Ignir, you're unconscious. I need you to make a death saving throw.
Failure.
1 failure.
Sagmira
hear-
is taking the
Death.
extra
11.
acid.
You hear this gargling. No! No!
Yes. Yes.
You're... She has no chance to reply. Not while the whole vocal cords are gargling in acid. It is one of the gargoyles goes. And let's see where it goes. Yep, they're going to chase after you again. Fine.
Is Zagmira dead?
She didn't do anything, so yes, effectively, she is dead.
Effectively dead? That's not what I like to hear.
Well, you saw her face beforehand, right? Yeah, something was up. But yes, if there's any triggers that happen after something dying from your acid, then yes. No, you're not a warlock. What am I talking about? Alright. Okay. A couple of the thugs, they're going to get the heck out of dodge here as well. I think they're probably getting the right idea. They're going to run. As they kind of back up, they take shots at the demon. And they're too shaking in their boots to even muster an actual aimed shot here. Don't know why there's 2 thugs.
This is what happens when you skimp on staff.
We didn't sign up for this. There ain't no amount of money that's gonna pay for this sort of work. And the 2 arrows just get lost within this nimbus that's swirling and orbiting the now Feshni. Dyrax is with you guys effectively. He's over here. He's running alongside you guys, and he's gonna get a lead as well by about 60 feet. Jason, you're actually conscious.
Never leave a man behind. I wriggle out of Vaughn's grasp. Oh no, I was knocked unconscious. I didn't even have a blade song. Tits. Oh no, I do. We came into this with... Yeah, we came into
Fresh.
this after a rest. Okay, bonus action blade song. I use my 40 foot of movement. Is that going to get me to him? It will indeed. On the way, I can't move there because I'm behind the wall.
Let me change this. Movement restriction, none. Passive restriction, none. Done. Try now.
On my way over, I say, Yamuk, I heard a perfect joke. What do you call a wizard who's... Oh, whatever, I'm casting his spell.
Should be able to try again, sorry.
Tits. He rolled a 23 on the saving throw.
God damn, he did.
Shit.
He's also invisible.
Okay, plan B. I draw my sword and I charge at him. I have the movement to get behind him, so I want to be behind him with the, Nefeshni between us.
Got it. Okay.
Can I hit? Can you guys hear me?
I
think-
just about.
He's invisible, so you couldn't have actually.
True. He's
Ah.
kind of like, whoop, whoop. Yeah, true that. Did you want to change that?
Absolutely. Taking my spell slot back. In which case, he's invisible, you say?
He is, but you can clearly tell Igni's arm is being handled, and you see a ring slip off his finger. He's definitely standing over Igni's body. You can tell he's there. He's just invisible.
Groovy. In which case, I would like to use my Wand of Fear to cast
That
Command. You can hear me, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
The actual magic item module is still busted.
Right. But it's a wisdom save, nonetheless.
It's a wisdom save. Yeah, I can't remember what the DC was in it. Command DC 15.
Damn, these guys.
Damn.
They did roll again. Another 18. He passes. He seems to be too drunk with power. There's nothing I can fear now. Not now that I own this most powerful artifact in Chult.
Then that's my action, bonus action, and movement.
Okay. Going to Manalfeshni's go. Turns to you, Carrick. Sugrios Valmanus. He says, Enforcer of light and life. I will snuff out your contemptible spark, here and now.
What's that shield now?
Okay, yeah.
Not that it's gonna do anything.
The Nalfeshni looms over you. A demonic horror you can only imagine being pulled from some unknown level of the abyss, claws towards you. Oh, 22 to hit.
I hit with shield. Oh no, that will 3 plus 5. Yeah, that does hit.
Just hits.
And I take full damage because I'm too far away from Vorn.
Too far away from Vaughn. Holy crap. Carrick, the next attack goes straight towards you again. He's got a set of jaws. As he lifts you up with this claw, you feel every digit digging about 2 inches deep into your flesh. And he goes straight for your clavicle area with its multi-tusked face. Oh my god. Natural
Not today.
Oh, okay. Just in time. You're able to, I don't know how you...
Oh, he rolled a 1 and he still gets an 11 to hit.
Jesus. Oh god. In that moment, you see all the stars surrounding you. It reminds you of the Astral Sea. This creature is a horror, but there is still hope, even in this battle. As it tries to chomp down into you, you like lean back and veer away from its grasp. In its frustrated chomp.
The shield guardian amulet just like pulses this like arcane
Like it.
right out from the neck.
In his frustration, he throws you up in the air and swipes at you with his final claw.
That will be blocked by shield.
That is going to stop it. Oh my god, you feel the impact, but no damage goes through. You're protected inside your little bubble, but you do get slammed back down onto the floor, get up onto your feet. It seems to snarl, and that is going to end its go. You just survived a round with a Nalfeshni. This is fine! Jesus. Asthma, At this point,
I think we had a healing word stored in Vaughn that would pop off when
Yeah,
someone went down.
With the command, when one of us go down in battle, so
you're
think we-
absolutely right.
that should
You're
pop after
absolutely
Ignir.
It,
On Vorn's turn, though.
yeah, on Vaughn's go, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, that should have been on the start, but because Carrick was so there, ready to heal everyone, he didn't get a chance. So that will happen next turn. To be fair to you guys, this will happen at the end of Phasma's go, or sorry, at the start of their go. You suddenly see them appear. So effectively, let me just cast this so you can
Oh,
guys.
yeah, because greater invisibility only lasts a minute.
Exactly, and to be very fair to you guys, there was a conversation that was had before the fight went down, and they were hiding during that entire minute. So at this point, about this two, yeah, it's the second round into combat. You see their invisibility vanish. They are no longer concentrating on that spell, and Phasma is sat here, kind of trying to hide behind this tree here. And now let's see. I can switch over to doing something else though. Yeah. She is going to. She's going to back up, I think. There's clearly a bigger threat on the board now. And it looks like, for the most part, you guys were trying to run away. So she will actually turn her attention to the demon. But what to do? Oops. Just counting her spell slots. Yeah, she's still got a good chunk in the can. Well, if she can get two birds with one stone, she might as well. I'm sorry, Carrick. There's some collateral damage as she casts an ice storm onto the demon.
I would counterspell.
Okay.
I think
Are
I'm
you
out of
within?
range. Nah.
Ah, it is.
Let me double check. It is. Yes.
Okay. So, Carrick, you have passed, but the damage is too much, and it rains down this heavy, hard rock, and this ice just pounds into your body as it topples you down to the ground. You're almost like buried alive. And now Fetchny turns around, seeing its prey knocked unconscious, looking for its next victim. But it seems like the Nalfechny only takes a minor beating. His body is so bulbous and chunky, it's just like pebbles against a siege tank. And then she will back away. Over to here. Okay, we go to one of the gargoyles. And they're still in hot pursuit.
In pursuit of revive.
You can get to revive, yes.
Aren't they going after Yasin?
They were actually, but yeah, where is Yasin? I thought he was. Yeah, that's why I thought he was still with Vaughn. Okay, he's over here. He's gonna fly across the icy terrain because he's still 5 feet in the air, and yeah, swoops towards you, Yasin. Probably making a couple of feeble attempts to strike at you. You've fought these things before. They're fairly slow and dim-witted. Oh wow, natural 20. Jesus Christ, it just gets worse.
Oh.
It just gets worse and worse.
Oh,
No,
now I
yeah.
think about that.
You're on 1 though. What? You're on 1 HP. I mean, that's all that matters. 1 is all you need. This gargoyle swoops in, and after the icy blast, it kind of covers its approach, and as it whistles through this wind and snow, a claw strikes at you, nearly across your throat. But it kind of just leaves like a flesh wound on the side of your neck instead. You're alive. The second claw the second attack just misses entirely. Okay, Carrick.
Okay, let's get that nat 20.
One failure.
Oh,
Laying unconscious, Vaughn's attention is divided between his best friend and his second best friend, I guess. Fourth.
Hang on, HQ's not here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Fifth.
The big team is having a great time with those pirates. Arthas and Dragonbait. They're having a blast.
Mm-hmm. God knows where they are right now. You could really use their help, though.
yeah.
It is the end of character. Ruth is unconscious. Well, not here. The two thugs cowering in the tunnel, they do poke their heads out again and take 2 more shots at the demon. So please, we can kill it. Oh, yes, it worked. They crit it with their heavy crossbows. The second shot misses as it turns around. Back in the tunnel! Alright. That's their little duck and cover done. And it is Vaughn's go. Now, you've got 2 choices, Vaughn. Who does he get up with his healing word?
No, Vaughn was gonna get.
Obviously, Carrick.
No, but he was supposed to have gone off on it, on you.
No, not necessarily. Well,
Well, no, because we both went down before it was his turn.
exactly.
Did we? Okay.
Yes.
And you control his amulet, so
We actually haven't missed Vaughn's healing word. Like, there was no one unconscious his first turn, and now it's his second turn. There are 2 people unconscious.
If Ignir gets a turn, there's
Yeah,
a way he can get you away from that Malfeshni.
Yeah, yeah.
I
No,
think,
you're
as long as he's
going
got his
for it.
first slot.
Going for Ignir.
Okay then, Ignir, you are
Third
suddenly
level
hearing a metal gong that wakes you up out of your stupor.
Just gonna cast it. Okay, so then we're. Oop. Oh, it's not letting me cast because anyway, I'm just gonna roll.
Just roll a
3d4.
d4, or however, what level did you cast at?
Third level.
3rd level. Okay. Right.
That's the Ignir.
So Ignir, back up on 13 points, and you're keenly aware that someone has just pulled the ring off your hand as you're like trying to get up to your feet. There is a individual materializing in front of you. Not just yet. Revire, you'll go.
Okay, I'm gonna vault off of Thorn.
Yep.
Oh. Don't like this.
There's a gargoyle also swooping in to intercept you guys. But
And I don't think Vorn's gonna. He just because the amulet is down. I think Vorn's not gonna take any action or movement
Yeah.
no? Okay.
because I think he has to be controlled.
He does, but if you were giving him one last instruction,
Just
which
keep
would have
on running
been
with Revia.
running, then he probably would have continued that. So if you want him to, he can move down to here. To Revire, you'd be there.
Fuck.
Safe.
Hmm?
You're safe. Oh, everything's fine now.
No.
You are witnessing the selfless acts of your party as they scramble to get back into the fray and save everyone. No man left behind, it seems.
No, I'm gonna wriggle off of Vorn, run 30 feet over towards the left, and shoot this guy.
Alright.
So I'm going to 12, 30 feet. Sorry, I'm panicking.
You're
don't know why
probably the
that
most stressed you've ever been
Actually, it's
victim to.
so
Sorry, I just wanted not in total darkness.
cool. Yeah, so if I can. Okay, it's not letting me move myself. 'Cause I'm
Oh, isn't it?
No.
Do you want to move there?
Yeah, to here. And then I'm. Range. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark. Fire.
On the now fashioning? Yep,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay. Target this one. And will you +1 arrow?
Okay.
And then that'd be another 4 from Hunter's Mark, so that's 16.
Hunter's Marks, 16 points of damage. Yep, that is actually going to injure it. The magical arrows seem to pierce through its hide. Second one is
so it's
swatted
a
away by a
well.
wing. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Sorry.
The little tiny wing on its back that is kind of misshapen and out of proportion to the rest of its body just buffets the second arrow away. And that is going to end your go. And it is one of the gargoyles. He swoops in. 5, 13. He's still 30 feet in the air above you, Destin, but a shadow looms above your form. Yamok's go. His invisibility will have worn off now. Everyone sees him standing there triumphant like Gollum with the ring, holding it in the air and trying to place it onto his finger. And he turns. Seeing this is a bit of a bad situation for him. He's surrounded. Doesn't need to stick around. Yeah, let's get him out of here. Gonna cast a spell.
See their initiative now that we can see them.
Oh yeah, let's do that. There you go. And Thasma's there behind the Nalfeshni. So he's going to cast a spell. It is verbal. You can hear him saying something like Kursus. There is an opportunity if you want to counter it, but he's going to get it.
Oh, I'm not going to counter it.
Do I
Okay.
Arcana know what that is?
Now this is how I would rule it. You could use a reaction to identify the spell, but by doing that, you don't know what spell it is. You wouldn't be able to counter it, rather. All I will say is that it's just verbal, just a verbal spell.
Okay, well I'll counter spell.
Okay. That does stop him from Misty stepping away. As he sees like he's ready to sort of launch himself, he turns to the left and right. No!
Oh, I think we weren't quite done talking.
Wow, he took some damage. He took 18 points of counter damage. What? How bizarre. Yeah, look. Hold on. I'm just going to bin that. There we go. Cool, he's back to full. All right. He says, I do not need to worry myself with your consequences. I have what I need. I'll be leaving, thank you. He is going to start to move by going past Ignir and Jasin.
Okay.
You have...
Because I don't technically have my sword in my hand. So I can only really unarmed strike him, can't I?
Right.
Or you
Yeah.
can grapple him.
I could grapple him. I'm going to try and grapple him.
Can you grapple as a reaction?
I think you can. You can say, I'm going to... I think you can, because you're
Right.
basically substituting an attack for a grapple.
I just use my reaction to counter spell, so I can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I would like to try and grapple him if that is a thing I can do.
Let me just check. Yeah, just at first glance, it says you can. Oh no, it says grappling and shoveling. Grappling and shoving are special melee attacks that require the attack action. An opportunity attack is a special reaction. So I'm gonna say no, I'm afraid.
When you say special reaction, as in it's still tied to your reaction?
It's a reaction, yeah, but it's shoving and grappling can only be done on your turn. It looks like, hence why you probably need the sentinel feat to make proper use out of stopping people. But you can still try to swing at him.
I mean, I can only unarmed strike him then.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I will swing at him with a fist.
For some reason I thought Dragonborn had like bite attacks or claws. Well, believe it or not, a 16 is actually a hit. So you can do.
So he takes a whopping 2 points of damage.
Yeah, he does. Okay. Justin's on 1 HP. It could matter. He starts to run. Just 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. That's where he gets to. Okay, Ignir, it's your go.
Okay, I am going to get up
Wait, sorry.
and move over towards Carrick.
Sorry, he action dash. That's what I meant to say. There we go.
And then I would like to cast. I'm assuming that Carrick kind of implicitly gives consent
Carrick is
for me
unconscious.
to grab him for a spell. Or is that not how that works?
What spell is it? Oh, Thunderstep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a willing creature normally, but I'm sure his body is willing.
Oh, Jesus. There's so much wrong with this.
But I'm essentially an object then, so I'm not a creature. I'm an object. If I'm unconscious.
Stop.
Use me.
Okay, I'm going to take his willing body 80 feet or 90 feet.
Oh, wow. Very nice. Alright, drag you guys where you need to be. Over
So
there.
the now Fashionee needs to take a Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm. With advantage. Okay, 17.
That's a success, so he takes half of 40.
Okay. You roll it up.
A whopping 9.
9. Okay. Well, you do see a chunk of flesh does blast away, even though he seems to be still standing pretty damn maliciously. He's looking a bit more damaged, you could say.
I don't see the range on it.
90 feet. Oh, 10 feet in each direction.
No, sorry, the distance.
90.
Yeah, that is the range.
It's in the spell, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it's self, isn't it? Because you're casting it on yourself and then someone else with you. But it's a 90
Yeah,
foot.
that's what I thought. I just didn't see it in the text that's in here. So okay, 90 feet.
You could get to here, or you could get...
Or you could get in front of this geezer.
Yeah, I'm getting in front of him. Definitely getting in front of Yamak. And I'm going to pull out my my blade from its pocket dimension and ignite it and just stare at him and be like, "You have something of mine."
This isn't yours. This belongs to a power that understands it. The wizards have longed for this artifact. It will not stop us. Okay.
Okay, that's my turn.
we're gonna get rid of Zagmira. Everyone's forgotten her face already. Gargoyle swooping in. 5, 10, 15. This one's gonna drop with the rest of its movement. Yeah. Let's have it drop. Okay. So you hear a almighty thud land behind you.
Ooh, he did the superhero landing.
Yeah, except you see a chip off his ankle. Now he's got you flanked with his flying buddy up there. He's gonna take 2 swings. So because he is flanking, 20 to hit misses. And I'm thinking that misses too. Cool. That's gonna end his go. Thugs. Yeah, let's keep firing. Damn, these thugs. They're getting some shots in. Not gonna lie. However, there's something I've forgot to mention. Yeah, resistances. Yep. Damn you, thugs. Alright. I'm gonna have to undo some damage here. Although he's being peppered with these bolts, they do not seem to be impacting or even sticking into his flesh. They seem to like rebound of his bulbous belly, only having left smaller dents than what you would have hoped for. Our weapons! Should have coated them in silver or something. The thugs have backed all the way as far as they can now. Tickles. Dyrax is still running. At this point, he's probably trying to remove the gag from his mouth. Jason, you'll go.
I'm going to action cast Blur on myself because I need to get out of here. Come at me with your opportunity attacks.
Alright. Ask for it.
They're doing so at disadvantage.
Okay. Wow, one of them got really high, but it's not enough.
High is a
enough.
relative term, my friend. I'm a blade singer. I was born high.
Oh, now Feshni accidentally got it. Can do that. Okay. Let's go back up here. Is that your go?
That is my turn.
Okay. Gotta find where these bolts hit him earlier. In fact, there it is. No, it's not. I just got dragged to the bottom. Okay, never mind. I'll do it later. For now, it seems like he's shrugging off all of these bolts. Turns around, seeing everyone's fleeing. Can't have that. You cannot escape. Darkness will spread across this land. All become a morsel to sate my hunger. He is pulling himself in, and as that last line is said, his voice seems to get distant, and it's echoing into the shadow there, and then suddenly reappears. Sounds like the voice is coming from in front of you guys
Back.
as he teleports 120 feet.
Nothing's not gonna work.
No.
Scatter. Scatter.
And where will we drop him? There's a couple of targets. Let's go with a D4.
I mean, Dyrax is leading the pack.
Yeah, yeah.
Surely
true.
you want to cut us off at the front.
And he's bound. I mean,
Oh man. I have selected right here. He wants to be in the fray. And that is it, unfortunately though, for him at the very least, that is his action to do that. So you hear the ripping and tearing of dimensional space. And a cold chill emanates from that portal again as he steps out and flexes either wing. Meals on wheels. Your turn, Asma. Let's
That
go.
doesn't make any sense. None of us have wheels.
Yet.
Yeah. Alright, the wizard up in the corner here now is probably out of range of most of its spells. Yeah. Man, this combat just got distant. Okay, let's see what else we got. 10, 15. Okay. Yeah, we've got some long range attacks. Okay. Let's try and hit him. And by try, I mean I'm just going to roll magic missile. And we'll keep it at second level. Do we not do that? No, I think that's best. I'll just roll another one. +1. So that's 3. So that's 17 points of damage to the Malfeshni. Alright. You see arcane missiles darting and impacting the demon. And as he's getting pelted, they are actually taking a good chunk out of his flesh, ripping holes and actually exploding on the inside of his belly. Turns around with kind of black ichor draining from his face.
How dare she strike you like that? You should go and kill her.
She will get her turn. You'll all get yours.
You sound like you're scared.
Your Garko. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Catches up to you, Jason.
did you move 40?
That's what I thought, but somehow 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah. I mean, that's 30 feet
Did
on
I
my
not move 40?
my view. Yeah, you should be there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Alright. We'll have him swoop in and intercept you then, because he has to dash together. Carry.
Let's do this. Just a normal death saving.
Roll the 20. Roll the 20. No, damn it.
Yeah. The fact that the entire strategy depends on a 20.
I don't know
But-
any potions.
A save is a save. You can keep
Save the save.
you can keep alive for another round. Of course, that Nimbus follows him there. Not that that really matters. I think most of you save and that's it.
I don't know what it is, but I don't think multicolored aura of bubbles really screams demon for me. I don't.
No?
No,
I thought it was perfect.
It's got like a sort of ironic fearsomeness to it.
But
think-
I'm just following the rules here. Malfeshni's magical emits scintillating multicolored light.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah.
That is scintillating.
Scintillating. Yeah. I mean, it's strange, but that's demons for you. They don't adhere to your preconceptions of what's evil and what's horrible looking.
I mean, quite
But-
clearly, look at it. It's a pig with tits.
Let's move on to these crossbowmen. And I'll take
Cannot
2
flee
shots.
from the truth.
Pew pew. Miss. Okay. Some more arrows and bolts whiz over your heads as the thugs try to slow down the demon, but he's moving too fast. We go to Vaughn.
Born is going to reanimate slightly and just see Carrick in front of him being limply held by Ignir, and is just going to charge in and do 2 fist attacks.
Pull the wizard's fingers off.
Oh, I don't know if he's worried about the wizard. He's going to hit that guy, right? He's not that smart. This is the thing he's worried about.
Vaughn, with his fists of fury, do slam into him, but again, they kind of bounce and it's like hitting a massive exercise ball. They kind of just rebound off of him, doing some damage.
And he'll move. He'll move there so that if the wizard does try to run away, he'll get a swipe at him too.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, Vaughn's kind of like nestled. I'm gonna say you can get. Hold on, what's with the grid? Oh yeah, no, Vaughn's token's a little bit messed up. That's all. All right, yeah, he's nestled in there. Revive.
Okay. I'm just gonna over. Read that.
Sorry for the lack of grid.
It's okay.
Let me see if I
Where
can
was it
turn
right
it on.
off your map?
Yeah, I won't let me move.
That should help a little bit. Okay, that's better. It won't let you move. Okay, I'm not sure why. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
Where do you want to go? Just ping.
can I go here, please?
Oh, shit. There's no walls or anything. Bizarre.
Are you on the right tool on Foundry? Are you on the token select, not ruler or anything?
Yep, I
Okay.
was on the token select. Thank you. I was using +1s, I don't suppose a 15 hits.
15? No, it doesn't.
Okay, fair. There we go. Fuck!
Rough.
No, it's
18?
a shame. 18 is a hit, yes, actually.
+1s. Okay.
Yes, +1 is what you need. So 6 plus the hunter's mark.
Yep, 100's mark. Oop.
Oh.
7.
Extra 1.
Isn't it 7 on account of the +1s? So,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
8. That'd be
Right.
8.
which is
Looking
something.
pretty rough. Is he? Looking pretty rough.
Yeah, is he looking bloodied?
Uh, yeah, he's looking bloody. I'd mentioned that last turn, I think. Yeah, he's looking bloody as blood can look like black ichor. And let me just update his token. I accidentally deleted him. Oh wait, wow, he rolled a 7 again. Yeah, he was meant to go there. All right, cool. So another arrow strikes through him, and he does look like he's getting more sluggish, but he's also getting perhaps more pissed off and furious. He's ripping his claws towards Carrick and Ignir, but you'll have a turn before that happens. Gargoyles are still on the move.
It's fine.
Don't worry about me.
These gargoyles are so hell-bent on trying to get you, Jason, that they also fall to the ground, slamming. And he's going to take some full damage for it, but immediately striking you with his 2 attacks with disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Natural 1.
Basically, I think they can like only hit if they crit.
If they hit him twice.
Yep, potentially. All right, that will end their go then. Yeah, Mark. He turns around, looking at the demon, seeing that he can't potentially get away either. Just check my spell book. He's flicking through pages rapidly. Yeah, he's still got another fourth.
No.
Oh yeah, he's got plenty of. He's got so much in the tank. Hmm.
Okay, so all our next characters all are gonna have Mage Slayer. It's gonna be great.
Screw this. He's gonna try and move, provoking attack of opportunity.
And I'll
I am smacking him with Firebrand, or the flame sword.
God damn it.
Vaughn's fist swings over. He ducks underneath it. And oh my god, that was a lucky dodge. He does get away from the fray of battle. Now Feshni bearing down on Ignir, making it so it's a bit too precarious to avert your sword to strike him. And unfortunately, he gets out of there. He turns, however, and says, "You will all burn!" And he just launches another
Counter
fireball. And you know what? He's also going to cast Counterspell. Let me just, yeah. Let me just check he's got enough in the tank.
Fuck.
What do we got here? We've used one. We've used. Yeah, this is his last third level. It's his last third level as he casts Counterspell. Jesus. He's used Cone of Cold at Greater Invis. He's used 2 Counterspells, and this is his first Fireball, I think. No, it isn't. He hasn't got another Fireball because he used it on you, so he's out of third slots.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, no, he is out. Because he's used a Counterspell, a Fireball, and this is his third level, so this will get counted.
He can't function like the rest of us in like ups, jumps, spell slots, right? That's not
He could. Actually, yeah, he could. He's got 1 4th level Counterspell. Good shout.
We're meant to be on our side.
Is that 3 slots? Holy shit! Yeah, he has got a 4th level Counterspell. So yeah,
Auto beat it, or is that a contested thing?
it will auto beat it if you're casting at 3rd level.
Yeah, so I don't have any more 4th level slots.
Okay, it's a little bit tricky to track slots.
What level is Greater Invisibility? Are you counting that?
Yes,
Damn
he's
it.
used that, but he has effectively 2 4th slots left. Yeah, he's used a Cone of Cold, 2 Counterspells.
Fireball.
And 2. This is his second Fireball, so he's used all his thirds. He's got 1 4th left after this, and this is the Counterspell he's using right now. And I'm afraid, Jason, he's ready this time. Not today. Your adventuring days are over, Last Resort Company. And he will unleash it right on top of everyone, including the demon. Where is it? Fireball. There it is. Right. There. Hitting everything, the gargoyle included.
Excellent.
And now Feshni is looking very wounded.
That's a auto fail for me, right?
You're unconscious.
It is a fail, and you only take 1 failure from that.
33, I had 1 hit point left.
No.
I have a max of 32 hit points.
No.
Jesus.
I think
You're dead.
that's outright death.
Wait, so you had 1,
Yeah.
right?
And it did 33 as
33. That's is it meet the beats?
I was on 1. My hit point total is 32. So my
I sort of done
My
32
my damage threshold was 33.
Right.
Effectively.
Oh.
You see a smoldering crater after this explosion has finished its magic. The wizard, breathing heavily, it took almost everything he had in him. And he stands there waiting for any movement to twitch alive. And the gargoyle suddenly wrench up from the ash and turn towards Yamok. Ignir, I'm afraid you're back down, and you will need to give me a death saving throw. As for these gargoyles,
One success.
this gargoyle is going to get right up on Yamok. These thugs, where are they? Quick! Kill the beast! Whilst it's weak! And they're going to, again, aim towards this thing within 100 feet. So they will get a flat roll. And we will take these guys. Alright. Dirax still running, still bound. Both of those bolts miss the Nalfeshni. And Jasin, whilst this fire encompasses your body, you feel something else tugging at your soul. There is this sensation that's almost like a swirling, heavy pull. You're surrounded by darkness, and yet you're not alone. There's a presence here, swirling with you, falling towards some inevitable fate. And as your eyes begin to adjust to it, there's a familiar presence, seemingly waiting there, waiting to greet you. Or perhaps they're just as desperate as you, hoping that this is your grand arrival to save the day.
Anton?
But you are. Sorry?
Anton?
Oh. Jesse. Jesse.
I'm sorry, my friend. I couldn't quite cut it.
You came all this way for me?
What else was I going to do? I left something on my corpse. Hopefully my friends can pick it up. They're good people. But
Sure.
Well, I guess there's nothing left to do but find out what comes next. Hopefully I'll be able to get you back.
And you. If you're here, then perhaps we can find a way out.
Maybe.
There are others here. Other souls.
Yes.
It's so dark.
I don't want to get into the details, but well, things aren't going particularly well on this side of the boundary either, so what are we seeing right now, if anything?
You are seeing a swirling darkness, a mass almost reminiscent of this portal right here, and yet you can feel a presence. It's not like you're using your traditional senses, but you know that voice and you know that presence. It's like, have you ever seen a soul before? It is probably a figment of your imagination, like something would be changing and shaping to resemble Anton, and your mind is picturing them here in this moment. As you try to discern what this is, you can give me a perception check.
One last roll of the die.
That is
Where
ridiculous.
were you earlier? Where were you when I needed you?
Jason, you focus, trying to realize that this space is not one of physical law. This is perhaps a zone after death where your normal senses don't apply, and instead you abandon them and instead try to think with sheer force of will and perceive your friend before you, your dear friend Anton, and you start to see a sort of wispy outline of them. A white, pale face is there, almost like a spirit ghost, and others are there as well. And there's this swirling spiral of them, all heading towards some unknown fate, as they put it. Though your eyes pierce into something far darker, far more unnerving. In this pit, in this bottom of this spiral, are these writhing sort of tentacles of sorts. You can see a mouth opening, breathing and swallowing in each of these pale white wisps. And each time the mouth closes, you see their light is snuffed out, not to return. This gravity that's pulling you is getting harder and harder as you get towards effectively the point of no return, the event horizon in this spiral. And then something starts swimming towards you against the tide, against the immense, unstoppable force that is pulling your soul. And it is swimming like some sort of creature in a river, where you can see its tail going back and forth, powerful swipes through the ether, and it's heading towards you and Anton. And we'll cut back to the battle, because whatever that thing is, it seems to be defying this gravity. But the Nalfeshnis go, oh boy. It is going to see that its body is tattered and worn from these spells, this bombardment of missiles, these fiery blasts. It is looking very bad, and it doesn't want to die here necessarily. I think it has a plan though. Okay. The Nalfeshni is going to grab a hold of Ignir, Carrick, with ease. His muscles are just big, even bigger than Vaughn's. And he will provoke an attack of opportunity from Vaughn.
For a big hit.
That does hit, but again, kind of rebounds of his flabby flesh. He gets to here, and Ignir, he's gonna put your body inside of his mouth, and the scales are kind of like almost being pierced by his teeth as he grips onto you. With his last hand, he will pick up Jason here as well, and his action will be to teleport into the swirling, shadowy mass from whence he came. That inky puddle makes a sort of splashing sound, almost like something just fell into a thick tar. and all of them disappear into the darkness, into that shadow beyond. Phasma's going. What? Where's it going? You! You can hear Phasma pointing and shouting towards you, Ravia.
Me, what?
Surrender. Throw down your arms. You're surrounded. We need not have any more bloodshed.
I'm not worried about you. You're not what I'm after. I won't attack you if you don't attack me.
She throws a little bit of a tantrum and then, fine! And she's going to unleash another torrent of magic missiles. This time toward the gargoyles. And she's upcasting it again to do as much damage as possible. And those gargoyles are getting wrecked, I think. Yeah, that one's dead. You see the one that's just getting up out of the ash and crater just suddenly shatter into chunks of rock and masonry. Carrick, I need you to make a death saving throw.
Last one. That is 3 failures.
3 failures.
Fuck.
Your body also begins to deteriorate away, and your soul yanked forcefully from your body. Feels like your breath has just been stolen, and you feel a plunge, not into water, but into a well of soul. That same vision you had when you first saw this mission before you. The swirling darkness, the spirits being swallowed alive, and a being jumping between crystal spheres. But he isn't here. You only see the souls before you. And the 2 thugs, they can't see any of you anymore. So they're going to divert their attention to these gargoyles.
Well,
And we'll
Carrick,
get
I take it it's not going well then.
Oh, yeah, you see Jackson. You see Jackson.
I had this really great idea. didn't work out.
I'd like to introduce you to my good friend Anton.
Well, hello, Anton. I've heard a lot about you. Actually, I haven't heard that much. But
He says,
that says more.
he says, you're fools for coming to try and save me, but, you know, I think that's what I like about you. And Vaughn is left there on his little own, with Carrick's mental command and mental link just severed. He has not many options left.
Yeah.
The amulet commands him, and without being able to potentially save you guys, he just starts making his way to the only other friend here, only other friend left. Ravia. Vaughn just steps up to you. His head is kind of hung a little bit low, knowing that he perhaps feels maybe guilt for the first time that he wasn't able to save someone. Ravia, what do you do?
I'm gonna rest my hand on Born's arm and give him like a little reassuring pat. Alright.
Before you is a rift, a shadow crossing, one you have stepped through many times in your home forest. You have braved this before.
And I'm about to do it again. Last time when we were having the visions of shadow crossings and portals when I was tripping balls, she was terrified. But now, straighten my back, and I'm gonna run full pelt after them.
You dash, leaping over the bodies of the fallen, the dead cargo, the wizard, whatever's left in your way, and get towards the portal. without a moment of hesitation, leap straight through. You feel a sickly force whip around your body and around your flesh. This always stings, and it's always so cold. Your body grimaces as the abyssal, shadowy, warping energies try to repel you from this world. But as a Gloomstalker, you're able to sneak behind the shadows, go where even creatures of darkness cannot see you. And thus, the energies of this warping realm cannot find you. The tendrils just they just whip aimlessly as you pull yourself deeper and deeper into this tar pit. Your sensation of forward and up and down suddenly shift, and you feel yourself tumbling and then falling into a swirling vortex. You also see before you Jason, Carrick in a kind of spectral-like form as they are too being swallowed by this vortex. Ignir, need you to make a death saving throw.
How do I get back to my character sheet? Because I don't have a token.
C.
Oh, yeah, try and press C. You do have a character, it's just invisible. That's one success.
That's 2 successes.
Okay, sorry, 2. There is in the darkness a creature holding Ignir's body under in its jaws, and you see it revive. Its wings are kind of flapping in this fetid wind. You can feel it like being buffeted into you, and is swimming through this void as well. This space. It seems all very vague, and it's hard to understand what's happening. But the bodies are in one place, and yet you see Jason and Carrick's souls being pulled down into a swirling maw beneath them. You're not sure what to save. Yamok on the outside is just going to unleash his magic missiles on some gargoyles, but we need not worry about the rest of that. I think we'll jump to a small break here as we've just hit 10 past 1. But I'm just going to have Ignir finish these death saves. I want one more before the end of this. Okay. Ignir, you've stabilized. But
I'm so happy my only 3 rolls above 10 all night were to save my own ass after being
Okay. So, with that little bit of that mote of suspense clarified, we're going to jump to a quick break and just take a breather as this traumatic event is taking place. So we'll be right back.
Well,
If you take us to a break screen, Justin. a countdown. That's all. Okay. When you are. Give me a 3.
1.
Okay. All right. We are back. Whew. So, I need to grab Jason for 1 second. We're going to go into the DM Whispers channel with Jadnir in tow. What you see above you is the Nalfeshni swimming through the air, batting its wings. Ravaya is closing the distance as well, still with Ignir in his jaws. And it looks like he's about to like clench down, potentially finishing him. However, that thing, that white mass swimming towards you, it's not a soul like the others. It's white because its scales are albino in color. Its long snout extends with a toothy maw. It is some sort of reptilian creature. Its tail swims with powerful beats against the tide. And as it gets closer and closer, you can tell its mass is somewhat, probably 5 times larger than any man. It gets right up towards you, Anton, and Carrick hasn't even noticed it yet. There's little time to react.
I have but one question,
Yes,
and I think it's important.
go ahead.
How many legs does it have?
It has 2 sets.
Oh, thank
Front
God.
leg.
Oh, thank the fates.
As you as you let that sigh of relief go, you are swallowed whole by this entire reptilian albino creature. White scales are the last thing you see, and a flash of white teeth. And Carrick is also similarly swallowed, and it keeps on swimming upwards against the tide towards Ravaya, towards the Nalfeshni. He turns with his head, and I'm going to jump back to the others. Let's go. Woo!
Okay.
Your favorite. You get to say one.
For everyone else, this is going to get tricky, but effectively, I just want you, Ravaya, to tell me what you do as you see the creature swooping over the well of souls being taken down. And to just give you a little bit of art or an image, help you visualize this, I'll drag something on. Just do this. There we go. Let's try and make new tiles. Cool. There we go. This is the space you find yourselves in. I'm going to try and drag you to
Whoa, that
another
just
map,
done
actually.
a weird thing.
Let's go to another map. Let's get out of here and go to Chult. Go over here. Yeah. Get away from the battle map as well. Because where we're going, we don't need battle maps.
It's comforting.
So, we just need the theatre of the mind as we enter into a space between life and death. And let me try that again with the more. Okay. Just gonna wait for you to load again. Okay, are we all on?
No, it doesn't seem to be moving.
No? Oh.
I would personally recommend just creating a new scene with a black background and, I don't know, chucking some clouds on it or something. It looks very ethereal.
Should be on the...
image.
Okay.
But otherwise, we're not on... We're currently on the Rotten Halls activated scene.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I should have dragged you, but I didn't work. Alright, let's do a new scene.
Carrick enters stage left, floating.
Okay.
Afterlife.
There it
Loading.
is. Okay. Try get it.
And so we only killed one wizard.
Yeah, now they've got the fucking Ring of Winter.
Yeah.
Rid of the grid. And let's get rid of lighting. Okay. Alright. Are we good? Should see everything now.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Amazing.
Not a happy place.
You can.
Yeah, that's kind of terrifying.
Chuck some like embers or clouds or fog or
Yeah.
make it rain blood or
Right?
Alright. I wish it's my command. Make it rain blood.
The ambient effect.
Turn rain.
Oh, the souls. It's the souls.
Yep, the sun. Thank you. There we go. Cool. That's effectively as close as I can get. No, oh wait, there's more I could do. So, let's go like that. Go like this. Animation does.
And now Foundry Virtual Tabletop can be yours to purchase for the low, low price of 50 Great British Pounds.
There we go.
It's like Roll20, except it doesn't suck.
You can do so much cool stuff. Like, check out that.
Ooh.
Now we're good.
Yeah.
Oof.
All right, fantastic. Don't let that trip you out for too long because we are going to be on the screen for a while. So, effectively, this right now is your turn, Revire. I'm just going to say you can do whatever you want in this space. You're still flying forward, almost keeping the momentum, but there is a sensation of a gravity pulling you down, and it looks like even this creature is fighting against it right now.
Can I see like what the creature is?
The Nalfeshni is swooping with its disproportionate wings, and it has 3 of your companions. But you see another 2 of your companions, their souls, being pulled and swirling downwards into this unknown.
Oh,
But it has its
Try.
back turned to you. It doesn't seem like it's expected you to come through here.
alright.
So, yeah.
Shit, need to deal with this, but I also need to deal with it. Yeah, fucks in off Ashty. I need to deal with it first.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to start firing at it when I can get
Okay.
in range.
You are very much in range, yeah.
Just
It's
go.
teleported through here, but you've got a range of like 400 with your longbow. So
I keep turning myself.
well, you are tumbling.
I'm just really getting into it. Yeah, cool.
Does she have Dread Ambusher? Is this technically a new combat?
Yes,
Is
I'll
this
count
a
this
new
as a new
round?
round effectively because you've escaped the
Brilliant.
clutches of whatever that was. You see the creature as your vision stops tumbling and swirling. You steady yourself, take aim in the darkness.
Don't suppose I get advantage because this is my jam.
You have it is
And
what's
the
it called?
Malfashni doesn't know she's there.
I
It's
mean,
like
yeah.
invisible.
I'll say sure. Go ahead, take advantage. The reason is because no one else can see. This is a realm of complete darkness. Only you're seeing this, because of your improved dark vision. And Jason's only seeing this because of the natural 20 on a perception check.
Oh, actually, that's a good idea. No, could I get into melee with it?
You want to get to melee?
Mhm.
All right.
since might as well take advantage of being invisible.
And
Alright,
do you
let's-
still have Hunter's Mark
I
on
do
it?
still have Hunter's Mark up, yeah.
Okay.
So, cool. 4 attacks with advantage. Brilliant.
All right.
Alright.
You have the
falling
first
go.
one. You have the first
Okay.
one at advantage.
Okay. I needed it. 22. But that
Okay.
also gets a d6 because of on tears milk. So
Alright.
14.
14.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 14 points. Yes. Okay.
14 points of
That
damage.
is enough that you see his back being torn open by the powerful Colin the Caterpillar. It is a magical weapon able to cut through this abominable flesh,
Perfect.
and it suddenly turns. "Ah, Uranashkari." And Carrick, you heard the Nalfeshni turn. It seems like it's taunting the Gloomstalker. You're hearing it very muffled, though. It seems to be above you, and yet your body is right next to it. Although you can't even... Yeah, no, Carrick can see this, actually. It is still your second attack. And third.
And fourth.
And 4th.
Well, we'll get to that if we need to.
Alright, so we need to use plebs. Okay. Totally missed on that one, but that's okay. That
Oh.
was the other sword.
It has
Right.
no...
Eric's
It has
corpse.
no limbs left to defend itself with, but somehow manages to still get a hoof to your face, kicking you right across the jaw and stopping the short sword from hitting.
Go, Colin, go. It's an 18.
That's exactly what you needed.
Okay.
It is on very little health. Death
Hunter's
duel, we
Mark.
could say.
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's Mark puts him to a very minuscule amount of HP. You will actually need the final attack. Oh no. Colin. He has 3 HP.
Oh,
Ugh.
Doesn't she get an advantage because she's in the darkness?
Yeah.
The attack before this one was my Dread Ambusher attack, so I would have gotten an extra d8 on it.
Then do it. Roll that. You need it.
4?
4 is it's 1 over what you needed. So now Feshni. Yeah. So now Feshni's body suddenly goes limp. His grip on Carrick, on Jason, their bodies fall. Now Feshni lets go of Ignir's body as it begins to fall. This is when Ignir would roll that death save. He rolled a 15 and stabilized. You see Ignir's body breathing but falling towards this moor and revive. With your every ounce of your action spent, the body of this thing tumbles. And so do you.
Yep.
Yep. You can't...
You?
You're feeling the gravity of this place tug. And as you are helpless to swim against the tide, you feel yourself falling deeper and deeper, like drowning. Now Feshni the body seemingly gets pulled away again as well. So what happens next is I open up a PDF and we begin chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what now?
What are we doing?
We're doing Curse of Strahd now, guys.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Almost.
What?
You feel yourself falling and drowning, and as I've mentioned before, this liquid-like state, it's like you're in water. And you feel weeds suddenly, kind of like your body getting tugged on them. There's a kind of a swirling light that takes your vision away. Maybe you're just getting passed through certain souls and their memories are being encoded or overlapped onto yours. You can see them swirling, pulling through you. Ignir, Carrick, you're falling, their bodies tumbling, and suddenly something emerges out of this river of souls. a rumble, a kind of sickly splashing noise, and then a gaping maw, a roar, claws, hearing like something splintering the wood on your ship. Wait, you're on a ship? This place is almost familiar. It's like your first session when you was aboard the boat. You remember the sway. You remember the sea, the horizon going up and down, bouncing. You remember the darkness that you awoke from and not having any idea where or how you got there. Your memories were covered in a murky kind of ink, a muddy river, and you are in that river now. And then, as you're swallowed, Jason, you've already seen what this thing is. Whatever it is, it has swallowed you before the other Maw could consume you. And he is now pulling you under. Everyone, you hear the sound of voices murmuring, chatting in a sing-songy tone of voice. It's Choltian, and it sounds like a thicker dialect than what you've been used to in Port Nine Zaru. Let's go over here. You feel your body's aching as well, like you've just been pulled up from a river. You actually can still see there are like wet puddles all over the floor, and you kind of start to lean up, realizing you're laying somewhat flat in a bed, and you can feel sand in your clothes and on your skin, and then you feel a cold swab like resting on your head, and someone's dabbing it, bringing you around, bringing you to consciousness. And the voice says, "You've been through quite an ordeal. Are you even able to stand?" Everyone, you kind of come to, your eyes opening to realize you're in a wooden hut. You can smell herbs, and you can smell what smells like antiseptic. Maybe they're treating your wounds. Your bodies are almost broken. Some of you have got bandages over your heads, over areas where you were actually bit or clawed, but the wounds have seemingly closed.
Are we all up?
Yeah, you would all come to consciousness, Revire included.
Oh my god.
You're able to get up easier than everyone else, I'd say, Revire. You're
Does this hut look familiar? Is it like the hut that we had like the visions in way back?
It does feel like that. It seems to be like a reed hut. There are some logs across the ground, try and make a somewhat stable footing. But yeah, this does look very kind of ramshack. It looks like you're in the wild. You can smell soil. You can smell the jungle, the kind of jungle smells, like the earthy jungle smells of somewhere deep in Chult.
Is
Can I-
Anton here?
Anton is not present here. You remember him getting swallowed, but where he is now, you can't tell. Your ship, your boat capsized in the river. You are lucky to all be alive.
Oh,
What boat?
It was a long boat with waves painted on the side. I think it had a face on it as well.
Oh, Bodhi?
oh,
Yes, boaty. That's what you kept trying to say in your unconscious state.
Do I get the sense this is like a dream, or I don't know what to roll for that, but
You feel pain.
feel pain. So it feels pretty real.
It feels real, but you also remember that swirling fog taking you, that swirling well of souls.
I don't even know.
Is this an afterlife?
No, no. You are alive, but it seems like the Bachelor took a good chunk out of you.
Where is Anton? There was another one with us. Where is he?
He lowers his head, and this man, as you're kind of getting a good look at him, he's heavily tattooed, nose rings, and a kind of tied back load of braids. He's quite muscular, looks like a hunter. He says, he died a hunter's death.
What does that mean?
It means the Bachelor dragged him to the bottom of the river, where he would have wrestled for his life.
Sure.
He's in the belly of that beast now. I am sorry.
Not sure, a giant white crocodile? Or is that something that's not the same as where we just came from?
Hmm?
What is your name, by the way? My name is Carrick.
He turns to you and says, my name is Madhu.
Nice to meet you, Madhu. Thank you very
Madhu.
much for...
Yeah, he says
the-
Madhu si Madhu. It means a hunter, but you are a Carrick of
I'm from very far away.
Oh, okay. Yes, you do look like outsiders, not from around here. You look confused. It's
Yeah.
likely the concussions. Your bodies were beaten, but you lived to tell the tale.
His tattoos, do they look Omuian?
Roll me an investigation check, actually, with that.
I don't know if my historical knowledge feature would affect that. I guess it's not a dungeon, is it?
It's not a dungeon, but you might see these markings in a dungeon. Who knows? I'll say just a straight intelligence for now. Yeah, just like a straight investigation. Let's get some.
It's a 17.
17. They look like not an Amurian set of tattoos, but they do look Choltian, older perhaps than Amurian. They seem to date back even further, so far that you're not 100% who they are. And as you're perhaps giving him a perplexed look and staring at his tattoos, he does flex, and you start to notice what they resemble. They're kind of like depictions of large fish, and there are boats, and you can see spears across his biceps. And he says, "You have found yourself in the company of the gleaming fins. We are fishermen. We are traders."
Where are we?
Yeah. Yeah. Do we have our map? Can you point on this map?
You try to find your map, and as you look for your belongings, you start to see some disparate what's the word, disparities. Yeah, there's no cubes in your belongings. There's no map either, and as you start to look for your just your normal everyday kind of things, you don't even find your rations or insect repellent. It's like you've just got your weapons and your armor. And he says, "I'm sorry that your map, it may have gone into the river, down into the swamps. Maybe it's dissolved into mash now. We only salvaged what looked important to you. We found your weapons, I think. And he kind of hands you your gear, and you see there is a log table with a selection of your gear, your weapons, your armor.
Did the gleaming fins? Are we? You said we're by a river, but are we near the ocean or?
Ocean, no. Ocean far away. We're in fresh waters.
Have you heard of the city of Mesro
Um,
or Omu or
Port Nanzaro?
hmm,
Goralungu?
Waterdeep?
Madhu not far traveler. Madhu fish by day and drink by night. Live a simple life. Not sure what these locations. I can introduce you to Chief Vatu Si Vatu. Maybe he know more. Or perhaps resident shaman. She knows many things. Sati Wasati.
Is the name of the shaman?
Yes. And you feel yourself very lightheaded as you're trying to get up out of these beds. Feels like you were weightless a moment ago, and now your body is incredibly heavy. You get your gear back if you want to equip it all.
I probably wouldn't even pick it up. I just get out of the tent.
Okay, sure. You come out immediately into a blazing hot sun, and it's a clear sky, but there are clouds in the distance that look to be a rolling, kind of stormy weather. The smell of the jungle hits your nose. It is muddy outside. You immediately, like, if you haven't got your gear on, kind of step into just thick, kind of wet mud. It squelches between your toes, and you can see there are other tribesmen walking around. They are performing simple tasks like tanning leather or cutting fish. You can hear a butcher in the distance, perhaps chopping something. And you hear a squeal of a pig as some kids are running after an escaped pig from a pen. And for the most part, this looks like a peaceful village. But there aren't many guards or soldiers around. Not like a well-defended village. In fact, you look out to the perimeter and there's no fortifications. If this was in the middle of Chult, they'd be overrun by the undead in days.
I would like
I mean,
to
you saw what happened.
look
Yeah.
around to see if this place is... If it's literal, or if it's an illusion, or if it's a dream, or some kind of afterlife.
Just see what's going on.
Yeah, okay. How did you determine that? How do you experiment?
You said the ground was sandy?
There is sandbanks nearby, but at the moment you're in the mud.
I'd sort
But
of
there is a
reach down and,
sandbank.
like, pick up,
Yeah.
some dirt and mud and,
Hmm.
lift it into the air and watch it fall and pay particular attention to the textures and,
Hmm.
try and sort of scope out the fidelity of the place.
Okay, roll me an investigation check. And anyone else who wants to try something as well, let me know.
It's 19.
I slap Carrick.
I go unconscious.
Yeah. Okay, you watch the sand, and it adheres to the laws of gravity and the wind as it kind of falls to the ground and makes a sound of of mud slapping to the earth. It feels real, and the texture is it's all realistic.
I'd like to try to do maybe like a history check to try to just ascertain like if I've heard of the Gleaming Fins or just anything I might have gleaned or figured out about the Bachelor.
Okay, go right away. Go right ahead. Roll a history check.
God damn it. Natural one. I am
Natural one. You've never heard of the Gleaming Fins, not even a reference, not even the symbology. And the closest thing you can think of to a river kind of settlement was Nangalore, but that was a garden made for a queen. These look like a simple people. And the river is much more muddy and it's unknown to you. Everything about this place, it feels familiar. It feels like a Choltian village should be, but much more archaic.
Could I, like, are there any sort of plants around? Could I see if they're like Schult native or if they'd have been more similar to what we saw in Selu way at the beginning?
Yeah, roll me a nature check.
No, dripping balls.
The yeah, the the foliage here seems much more swamp-like than you're used to with the forest and the jungle. There is clearly jungle life all around you, but the fern that you kind of inspect doesn't seem to be like one you recognize, and yet it does still fit the environment. It does seem to resemble, but not. You can't pin it down to something. It's like, yeah, it's an exotic plant for a hot climate, but it's not one you've seen thus far in Chult.
If I dig a little bit, can I find roots?
Yes.
Okay.
You do. And as you dig, your fingers feel the soil as real as it would when you were a moment ago.
I'm gonna go and give everyone a bit of a pinch on the arm just to reassure myself that they're actually there, because I saw them die.
yeah.
I'd quite like to know my friends are alive.
Yeah, I died, right? So
Yes.
I'd say that for Vaya.
Yeah, you too.
So how are we not in the well?
I don't know. I saw you were getting carried away by the demon in its mouth. Karak and Jas and your bodies were with it, but your souls were separated. I could see both parts.
Maybe it's the stream he's talking about, like some kind of Cholton afterlife. I've never died before, so this is very, very new for me.
I don't know what's happening. This isn't.
I think we need to find
What was
this.
What was this chap's name again?
Madhu, T-Mad, or the
Shaman.
what's the what? What's the what?
What was this
Madhu kind of
fisherman's name?
almost
Madhu.
overhearing a couple of your conversations.
Vatu si Vatu. Vatu is the chief.
He says, you have all been through a great trauma. It is not it's not uncommon that people believe they are still dead after an encounter with the Bachelor.
Describe this bachelor for me.
We weren't with
People
the
coming down the
Bachelor.
river.
A lot of people? There are no people here in these lands, actually. There is a company of soldiers that they are near our territory. They seemingly want to do trade, but we do not usually trust outsiders. But for now, we are tolerating them.
Yasin's kind of
They have a
like,
camp somewhere upriver.
Yasin's kind of a bit sort of visibly shaken by all of this. Like he's got like a very stern, expressionless look on his face. And he kind of snaps at the guys. Says, describe this bachelor for me. What does it look like?
He also has a furrowed brow and seems like he's recalling some painful memories.
Chop.
Yes, he is pale scaled back. He has a snout that goes at least 5 men laying down to his tail. He has been called the Bachelor because he is singular. He's the only crocodile left in the river. All others have disappeared. He is not always a crocodile, though.
Does that description match the thing I saw in the swimming through the void?
It absolutely does, yeah.
That's not a crocodile. Could I roll an Arcana check to see if I have any idea what this thing might be?
Okay. You can, and I'll say you can also incorporate the knowledge you remember from the kobolds talking about him.
Oh, come on.
Rough.
All you can remember are the rumors that the kobolds told you about. And that was that apparently he can wear human shape. You remember them saying, he could be anyone! He could be you! And that's when Ignir took on that form. And you also remember them saying that it could not be killed, not by mortals. They believed he could potentially be a secret 10th trickster god.
Yeah. Do spells still like Carrick will cast Mage Hand just to see if spells still work here, or it's trying to get a sense if this is the material plane or some kind of pocket dimension, or.
Sorry, say again, which spell?
I was just casting Mage Hand.
Oh, just Mage Hand. Okay. Carrick, you begin to pull magic forth in this place, hoping that it will manifest, and it does, but your Mage Hand feels weak. Feels like it can barely twitch its fingers.
Okay. We Madhu, we would love to meet this Vatu, your chief.
Then come. I will take you to him. It seems like it might be the last straw. The Bachelor has struck one too many times on our village. Perhaps if you wish to get revenge for your friend, he kind of nods towards you, Jatin, then perhaps you are the ones to slay the creature once and for all. He leads you towards the largest of the huts in the smaller village. And as you go towards it, you can't shake the feeling of nostalgia. Maybe it's a weird sense of deja vu when you were in the Paku tribe and back in Selu, heading towards the big chief's hut. And you find yourselves almost in tandem, hitting the same notes of your memories as you hit the logs up the steps towards it, entering into a large archway. You see there are many decorated walls lined with kind of fish scales, fishing spears, and at the seat of a large kind of bamboo throne sits a muscular man with body tattoos all over him. He has one arm missing, his left arm, and he's covered in silver paint as well. His upper face covered in this silver, his upper arms as well coated in the silver paint, and his upper chest area as well. And you see Mardu shout, "Gleaming Fins, Chief! These are the survivors of the Bachelor's most recent attack." And he takes a bow to his chief, and Vatu steps up towards you and looks over you all, inspecting each one of you. Kind of strokes his bald head of any sweat from the midday sun. That crocodile is most troublesome. But there is even more troubles here as well. We've had one too many outsiders. Difficult to trust those we do not know. Tell us first, what were you doing in our land?
We died.
Oh,
We
sorry.
died and we showed up here.
Hmm.
It was, if this is an afterlife. Pleasure to be here. It's really not as bad as certain people have made it out to be.
They are still delirious, Maru. Take them back. Let them rest. When they are ready to make sense, then I will talk to them.
Yeah. How do we? How messed up are we? Do we have hit points?
I'm gonna say it feels like there has been a time that's elapsed. It feels like with the sun kind of in a different position. It feels like you have rested, but there's still an ache and throbbing to your wounds. So I'm gonna say for now, you've kind of had like a semi-long rest. You know, when you've been unconscious, not actually resting. It's not really a recovery period. You will need more rest before you fully recuperate. But for now, we'll say that you're effectively all bloodied. But you probably will need more rest. Except Ravai, you're on the same HP you were. You feel like you've just come fresh from that battle almost.
Do I still have my hat?
Oh yeah, of course.
Great.
Yeah.
It's just checking the staying power of that hat.
Yeah. Your clothing and equipment, armor, that's all there.
Right. Like looking around, just trying to get a feel. Do I get the same kind of feeling that I'd get in the Shadowfell? This sort of heavy feeling around us, or do I feel like we're more back on the material plane?
Right. As mentioned, when you first woke up, you were like lightheaded, and then as you kind of came up into an upright position, everything felt really heavy. Yeah, and you're not sure whether that's due to the magical effects of the Shadowfell, or whether it's because your wounds are still fresh, your mind is still heavy with the experience of just witnessing your allies die. And perhaps also that the fact that you were so close to your goal, you was just outside the entrance to the tomb, and it all came to naught. There's an emotional weight as well as a physical one. But you would know with the Shadowfell, emotions are heavy. They are always at their worst. You take a negative emotion and it becomes triple that.
Yeah.
For now, though, you seem to be in a place of peace. This chief, though, doesn't seem to be taking any of your nonsense about being killed. And he turns to his servant that promptly comes over with a set of cups and starts pouring him some sort of like tea, perhaps. I'm not sure. The warrior sits back down on his throne, and Mardu turns to you again. He says, "Perhaps our chief is right. Perhaps you do need more rest. But do you remember why you were here?"
More rest isn't going to change what happened to us. We were in a city, and a demon appeared, killed some of my companions, and then we dived into a shadowy portal and died, and we woke up here. I mean, I didn't die; they died, but
A demon.
a demon.
Was it made of hands? Did it sound like the tumbling of pebbles?
No, it was about 10 foot tall. Looked like a fat, naked pig man with some wings.
He raises an eyebrow with a shocked expression. It is no demon I have heard of. But we do know of demons here.
That's what happened to us.
The only demons I have heard of are the ones that come crawling from the old ruin.
Old ruin? What
The
does...
dark place.
Do you have a name for it?
We call it the King's Rest.
What do these demons look like that come from it?
The only ones that did not get dragged away, kicking and screaming, tell of a demon with many hands, made of hands. Some sort of abomination collecting parts of human. The cave was clearly cursed. No one from the tribe goes there no more. Not all except monkeys. They seem to be unharmed. Ooh, I like it.
Hello, Chris.
Yes, hello. Sorry, I might have lagged out there.
A little. I think Chadney is
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, I've just reset him. Okay, that's weird. Okay, yeah. So he says the only kind that seem to be unharmed there are the monkeys that live nearby.
This isn't going to be ringing any bells, but is it ringing any bells?
Monkeys, you relate to perhaps Wongo, with the being like a Sioux monster.
Yeah.
But Bell, no. King's Rest, not on a map. Not on your Cheltenham map, at least, when you were looking over all the ancient ruins. But everything seems so familiar. Like you're in Chult, the jungles, the lifestyle, the dangers, the ruins, and yet none of it's ringing bells. It's like, as I said, like that deja vu. You can't pinpoint an exact. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. But it still feels like it should, and yet it doesn't.
So what was gone in time or forward in time?
What year is it?
Yeah. Do you have a? Because the Cheltings might not have the same calendar.
We do not.
How long ago was the spell plague?
The what? The chief kind of
Okay.
looks up.
You know,
only
that period of
plague-
time when the gods walked the earth and all of that.
He says, the only plague in these lands is the bachelor, and perhaps the company of them soldiers. That is our plague.
Have you made contact with these soldiers?
Yes, we have done trade.
Do they go by a name? Have any sort of obnoxious branding?
Obnoxious. Yes, that's how I would put it. Call themselves Flaming Fist.
Okay, so not that far back. Well, we are pretty accomplished adventurers. If you have a
Hmm.
bachelor problem, as thanks for saving our lives, I'm sure we could potentially help you out with that.
He stands again from his bamboo throne. You think you can kill the monster?
Well, maybe
You
after
think
a little bit
you
of
are better
regret.
than me?
Are you the bachelor?
He looks at you with a face like he's just been insulted. He
Do
says,
an insight check on that later.
okay, yeah, you can. Go ahead right now, actually.
Insight. Yeah.
Yeah, what did you get there?
27.
27,
Imagine
fantastic.
if he was the bachelor.
There is a,
Fucking wild.
If we just
There is a
nailed the
suspicious
twist right
sign.
off the bat. Hang on, this is the bad place.
there is a suspicious tone to him,
Set.
but you're not sure whether he is or isn't. He actually goes on to tell you, of course I'm not the bachelor. This is what the bachelor did to me. And he holds up his missing arm. I would have had the beast anyway.
But you said the beast could take the form of man, so theoretically that didn't answer our question.
He strains his eyes. You've heard of rumors as well, then. You know of the bachelor's powers. He does indeed take the form of a man. But those who have seen him, do not often live to tell that tale. Which begs the question, Carrick, as to how that rumor even exists, if that was the case. It's like he knows something that others don't. With that 27. He says, but if you wish to try, go ahead. Wander into the river. Travel along it long enough, and the bachelor will get hungry. Hungry for your flesh. But the bachelor cannot be killed.
Then why are we even having this conversation?
He looks at you. Because there is something you can do for me. I want these flaming fists gone from my land. You do that for me. Perhaps I will tell you more. There is a way the bachelor can be injured. I have done it myself.
I'm sorry, just from what you'd said before, I thought that your main priority would have been the bachelor attack village as opposed to a group of thugs perching on your driveway.
I'd like to cast read thoughts on this guy.
Okay. In that case,
He
As soon
won't
as you
see that I'm doing it because it's just the divinity one.
okay. Is there a wisdom save?
It is. There's
Okay, let's do that.
16. Oh,
Don't know why I'm rolling as the now fashion.
that passes though.
Okay. So instead of that, then roll me an insight check. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any worry on his face when you're talking about that, Ravire. There seems to be no concern about the bachelor attacking the village. But you're right to bring it up. It does seem like that would be a more pressing concern, and yet doesn't seem to be at all moved by it or threatened by your accusation about it.
Ooh, I don't trust this
And he says, well, the bachelor can be sated. So long as his hunger is kept at bay, we have no means to worry.
And how exactly do you do that?
You're asking a lot of questions, girl. You can ask questions once you have earned my trust, once you have done a favor for me. Get rid of these company of soldiers. They are a distraction. They only mean to take over our world. They just want to colonize the jungle. The jungle cannot be tamed.
Then why are you concerned?
Because their attempts are irksome.
How far away are they?
How far away are they? He says, go down river. There is a bunkhouse. You will see them either outside playing with their dice games or drinking their alcohol.
Well, they're very close.
Close. Yes, he nods. And he kind of says to his little assistant here, he says to bring over something in Choltian. It's like a tray with sand in it, almost like one of those little small mini Zen gardens with the rakes. And he starts to like draw out kind of a very, very rough map of the area and kind of points to where they are on the curvature of the river. And as he does so, everyone can roll me a perception check looking at this map.
Where were these rolls?
Okay.
Just to rub
God
it in.
damn it, guys. We were so good at maps and so good at dying.
In fairness, this map doesn't have any tits. It's far less distracting.
That's fair, yeah.
Tits.
Yes,
Yeah,
do,
sorry.
do you remember the now fashioning big, greasy pig tits?
I remember.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Don't blame me, blame the illustrator.
Sure. Okay. That's a good point.
Anyway, you were saying?
Right, yeah. So the map is resembling something. As he's drawing out the long tail of this river, kind of wraps around and goes in a complete circuit. And the circuit encompasses an island, or a landmass rather. Just, it seems to resemble that of a crocodile. And you're not sure whether this guy's pranking you or not, but he seems to be a complete serious tone right now, pointing to it. And he says, but do not go here. This is the old ruins. And he says, and I would also steer clear of here as well. And he points to the upper area where you see this. He draws out like a skull with tusks. Says, this is a boneyard. Many creatures come here to die. It's a place of death. But if you still believe yourselves dead, perhaps you will find your answers there. And nonetheless, we're gonna copy and give you an image in a second, because I think it will help. Do this. Okay. It's gonna take a while to get this image. It's kind of stretched and squashed.
To Yasin in Elvish, but we're dead, right? I'm pretty sure I distinctly feel like we were there in front of the well, just you and I talking. I met Anton. He seems very nice.
Yasin just nods.
Are we in something like some kind of twisted game? Is this what happens when you're in the well?
I don't know where we are, but I don't like it. It just feels off.
If we don't think we're on the material plane, I could get one of us back. I could get one of you back. And then if per day.
I think we need to find out where we are first.
And besides, going back right now might be...
Bad idea.
Yes.
I don't trust this man as far as we could throw him.
Yeah.
So I think if we just try and figure out where we are, maybe if we could see these ruins or speak to the Flaming Fist, find out what we can.
Did Yasin mention the fact that he'd seen the bachelor swimming, or has he not?
He probably hasn't.
Cool.
He hasn't really said much of anything.
Here we go.
You notice that the art style of this jungle is wildly different to the other one.
As he said, it's a crude map in the sand he's drawing here, right?
In which case, he's done a bang-up job.
Yeah, very impressive.
That's right. Okay, where are we, guys? No Vaughn as well, you notice.
Oh, no.
Oh yeah, Carrick's gonna grab his amulet and say, Vaughn, can you hear me? Vaughn?
Silent.
Oh no.
What about trying to message the lady that sent us on this mission?
Ooh, that's a
Cinder.
great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll cast sending.
Okay.
On Cinder Sylvain, and say, good news, bad news. Good news, I can cast the sending spell. Bad news, I might not be alive anymore. Please confirm.
You hear a voice. It's raspy and parched. What? Where are you? Who is this? Carrick. Yes. No. I remember. No. There's this seemingly torn voice that's jumping around and hesitant, and then it suddenly snaps into place. Yes. I remember now. I remember my name. Cinder Sylvain. Yes. I go by a new name now. You may call me the Great Mother.
Right.
Yeah, Carrick relays that. I don't know if that answers anything. But
Where is she?
How long ago?
I am close. I am close. Yes. Turn around, you fools.
yeah, Carrick's gonna whip around.
Fine, but
Turn
not
around.
because you told me to.
You see a small reed hut, and from it, there is a small little steaming trail of smoke. Very much like Opa's hut, the one you originally had the vision in.
What the actual fuck?
And as Mardu looks at you all, he notices you all staring.
Your shaman lives in there.
Sati Wasati has beckoned you, hasn't she?
Yep, I just start walking.
Yep.
Time to go.
Yasin is very much done with all of this. He
She
just
knows
sort of
you're
starts
here.
beelining.
Okay.
Find out
Is this the
what's
bucket
going on.
that he points out? Is that where the fists are?
To the map. So I'll look again. Where did you point? Yes, that is exactly right. Okay, so heading towards the small hut, it's actually somewhat leaning over the river as well. It's got like half of it on stilts, we'll say, and on this small little balcony as you are entering into the hut, hunched over the waters, cloaked in a gauze of incense, there is a green glow coming from a number of fireflies that are kind of flying around in the hut, and they seem to sketch constellations around this old woman's hair. The gorse is very similar to Cinder Sylvain's, grey and cloaked, and she turns around, and she's far smaller than you remember, and perhaps far more wrinklier as well. But her hands are not covered in the same wrappings that they were before. She seems to have them bare, and there are Choltian-like bracelets and rings dangling from them. And just as you enter, you see her clasp a hold of something in the waters. Ah, got you. And you see that there's something wriggling in her hand, and she slams it onto a table, grabs a hold of a cleaver, and then cuts its head off.
This looks like Cinder Sylvain to us.
A smaller, unwrapped version of her, much more wrinkly and older looking.
You've gone pretty native.
Yes, eel extract is good for impotence. Maybe one of you could use it. She elbows Ignor and winks.
You're very off-putting, you know that.
Well, you have to get comfortable in a place like this.
Which is?
Where are we?
She looks at you all with these almost kind of like milky white eyes. Where do you think you are?
We're in between.
She goes. She actually thwacks you over the head with a small little wooden staff, and she says,
On 1 hit point, knocked out.
she says, wrong, very wrong, but also maybe right.
Yeah, that doesn't narrow down the options, does it?
Perhaps it's your interpretation.
How did you survive the death curse, Sylvain?
Survive? I withered and died. You took too long.
I mean, I thought we make a pretty solid beeline there, but
There was that little pirate shenanigans, but
we barely got lost.
I warned you. I warned you I was withering quite
And so you-
rapidly.
and you died, and then showed up here.
And now we're
I did
here.
not die. I went and sought out my own cure.
Well, you said you died. That's why I said that.
Yes, clearly it didn't go well.
Okay.
Well, the Gleaming Fins do have a whole host of different remedies and magics. Ones I had not yet opened my eyes to until now. It's pretty good.
I would love to cast Detect Evil and Good.
Okay.
See if
see
she's
her
a
mixing-
lich.
Oh god. You do not detect. Oh wait.
Aberration,
Tough-
Celestial, Elemental, Fey, Fiend, or Undead. Within 30 feet.
Dead.
Am I undead?
The spell does detect undeath. It's all around you. Everything seems to be seeping with this undead aura. Even the eel that has just stopped squirming and wriggling on the wooden plate. There is an aura of undeath coming from her. And there is also an aura of undeath coming from Jatin. And finally, you look inwards to yourself. You are dead, Carrick.
Pretty screwed here, but I think Ignir and Ravaya, we can maybe get you back home.
That is not why she came in here. It is not why she followed you. Just to get back home?
No, we're well.
Is it?
No.
See her pinching some sort of white sap out of a tiny urn. And then she starts grinding a knot of knobbly vine into a mortar and pestle. She plucks a tadpole out of a glass jar. She seems to be mixing some weird remedy, some sort of concoction together. All the while, these fireflies start to kind of coalesce around her, forming like a halo above her head. You seek answers. But the truth is elusive here in this realm.
What realm do you think we're in?
You have been taken. Something swam against the tide.
The Bachelor.
She nods. He brought you here. The question is, why? And you start to see her again mixing this concoction together, a yellow frilled agama, a fruit with scaly skin. And then she seems to be flaking something off rough bark and mixing it together. She counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from this pod of beans as she kind of plops them in. And she begins to drink down the medicine. And the halo of fireflies begin to brighten. And suddenly she kind of tilts her head back. And in very mock fashion of the first vision you saw, she seems to be suddenly experiencing a vision of some sort. She sort of goes into this soothsaying trance. Yes, the Bachelor. He is tormented. There's a curse upon him. But does he want it to end? No. No, he is as lost as you are. I know, yes. He resides somewhere in the old ruin. Death awaits inside. And she starts to begin to sing, and her voice gets carried from this raspy, parched to a very clearer and more vocal feminine voice. It doesn't sound like hers. It sounds like she's perhaps being possessed by something. And the song goes as follows. Once there lived a man called Vang Si Vang, said to be invulnerable. Not spear, not shot, pierced his bronze skin. Such was his fame, the chief of that time grew envious. Seeing him a rival, one day returning home, he found his wife taken, the chief and his soldiers having subjected her to tortures, wrested from her husband's secret, that he had won his strength from spirits forgotten of the land, but he had failed to appease them so, the spirits of the river. So Wang Si Wang found his wife murdered upon a spike. On that muddy bank, the chief's soldiers were waiting, and filled with grief he fought them there. Though he was mighty, they were many, and being near running water, near the river, he had no special protection. So he died. The chief, filled with spite, defiled the bodies of husband and wife, leaving them as carrion in red mud, conducting no funeral rites. This, over everything, was a breach of propriety, and greatly offended the spirits. Claiming Wang Si Wang with their tide, taking pity on him, they said, "O warrior in death, you have our blessing. Go you now, in terrible form, as an amphibious predator, to visit fear and justice onto your enemies. Let it be so from this very day." And he seems to almost collapse slightly in a heap of wrinkly skin. And her voice kind of returns to that raspy. "What will you do, O last resort company?" "Will you besiege this spirit? Will you end his curse? Will you slay it and take that power for yourselves to fight back against the tide that has gripped you?" And she looks towards Carrick and Jason as she says this. There are no clear answers in this realm. Only muddy waters.
Well, if this crocodile's got Anton, despite the unusualness of our current situation, nothing's really changed. If it helps us get back, all the better, but... well, my path is clear.
We're with you.
So, yeah, we're with you for sure. Do we want to do what Vatu was asking of us? To find out more information about him? Or do we just... like, do we want to go take care of this flaming fist thing? Or do we want to just try to squeeze a bit harder?
All that Vatu really needs, he just needs to think that we're helping him. Because he clearly wasn't
He wants
too
us to get rid of the
concerned
flaming
he,
fist, right? Yeah.
he isn't concerned about the Bachelor attacking his people, and I don't like this how he's appeasing its hunger.
Yeah.
We've not seen very many warriors or guards around here.
Mhm.
So I guess he's just making snacks out of his own people.
Yeah. I think that's...
we need
and
to
so
stop that.
Wang Si Van is the Bachelor
Mm-hmm.
and is cursed. Got just the thing for curses.
I'll put that in handouts.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not unconvinced. So with that, what did I roll before? So for that first insight, when I was asking him if he Vatu Si Vatu was Vang Si Van. Was that I kind of got like I didn't get a he was being just shifty, but
He seemed
but he-
suspicious, yeah, and didn't want to answer you about what was it if he was the bachelor. He did say I fought the bachelor
Right.
and lost an arm for it, of course. He believes that he cannot be killed. And he also got very offended when you said that you would kill the beast. He seemed to get like he puffed up his chest and he had said, "Well, you think you're better than me? You think you can actually kill him?" Like,
How old does the chief look?
the chief is he's probably, I'm gonna go guess, probably in his late 40s.
Would he be the chief from the whole zone thing? If he's raging that he couldn't kill Vung Sivong in life? Or is the bachelor much older than that?
Here's an image of him in the handouts. And sorry, what was your question again?
Yeah, just how long has the bachelor kind of been about? Could we think that maybe the chief is the chief from the story, if he's like a descendant and he's just a bit pissed off that he couldn't kill the warrior himself, and that's why it's now a giant crocodile?
Right, you're wondering how far back
Yeah.
his reign is. It's unclear, and I can't give you an exact answer without you perhaps first uncovering things.
Okay.
There are clues to be discovered as you go from location to location. I think as Sindra is explaining about, or sorry, Sati Wasati now, as she calls herself. She says that there are no clear answers. These muddy waters you must delve into. The land holds many clues. If you wish to inform yourself, perhaps wade into this world, wade into that river, and discover what you must. I can help in what ways I can. Would you like some medicine?
yes.
Which type would you like?
Kind that makes you not have one hit point.
Not the deadly type, then. Roll me a
Not
d9.
Do I still have the amongst the stuff that I still have? Do I still have the 2 spell books that I janked from those wizards?
Yeah, because I count that as like your equipment.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Nice.
they're probably a bit waterlogged, but you have them.
I say medicine, and if you have any spell components, that would be handy. And I could use some time, but well, I could quite rapidly expand my artillery here.
She says, "Why, yes, help yourself." And she nudges a wicker box, and you hear a load of crickets inside.
Thank you.
I think we
Um,
can do the rest before we really crack on.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to.
What did you get? What did you get on that 9?
A 3.
3? Okay. She says, a seed made to sprout, an orchid neon red. Yes. We'll need an age-faded tortoise. She starts mixing together some strange things. Again, getting this pot, she scoops out some weird jelly fungus. It's still wet. and she slaps it into this mortar and pestle and mixes together a medicine for you. And she says, taste it. This will make your belly glow bright like a spotlight. And you do indeed start to see her tummy begin to give off a light behind the gauzy looking grey cloth. Ah, not my finest, but take it anyway.
Yeah, character takes it. He's kind of like, well, I'm dead. There's like nothing that's gonna not gonna get too much worse.
So you have a lightening medicine, which will effectively create, bright light.
What?
Not the best.
Damn it!
I know, you can already do
Stop
probably
it.
most of that. She says, others,
Character
what
just heal
medicine
himself. Cure
shall
wound.
make medicine for each of you? You can all roll me all roll me a D10 actually. Because you rolled a D9, only because you didn't want something that loses HP. I didn't want to get you the.
Okay, I can't remember. Is it /R or R/?
/R.
Space.
Sorry.
That's alright. Okay. What did Ignia get?
Why am I rolling as the Belfast?
I also got a 3.
You also got a 3. Okay, you can
Together,
re-roll that. I'll let you re-roll that, Ignia. What'd you
A
get?
2.
Okay. So she knocks up this strange medicine, and she says, "Your power lost, but it still lingers. You have been robbed, Igni. But fear not. A green-finned better and a pale fibrous tuber. Mix these. Yes." And she starts to pour this weird blue liquid in as well, because they're trying to dissolve all of this together. This medicine I call the cooling. Your breath will mist air. It shall freeze water. And she hands you this vial of it.
So it's just a poor man's ring of winter.
A robbed man is a poor man. But there's
Very
a
well. I accept your offer.
Yes. Take it or leave it. What did you get, Jetson?
I rolled a 5.
5? A solidifying. Yes. She has poured a strange mixture into the shell of a tortoise. And you see that she even flays a bit of her own skin into this mixture. And after it's finished, she's, wrinkly, flayed skin. Afterwards, she says, "This will form a full body callus, but you shall be harder to resist, harder to hit."
Oh, because that's what I needed.
Yes.
Anyone
Take
want to
it.
swap? Or I feel like I'm really going to get diminishing returns on the old AC thing. Is all.
Yeah, pretty much. It's either a nat 20 or nothing. Do as you wish with what you have. And Revire, what did you get?
I got a 4.
4.
Yeah.
The darkening, fitting for one who hides in shadows. This is more a poison.
Don't
Total
drink it.
deprivation. And she says, "I will make it thicker for you." And she does turn it into an oil. And she says, "One drop, and all your senses will leave you."
Oh, that's dope. I'm not swapping with anyone.
Okay. Yeah, she's giving you a poison that will effectively blind,
I'll be
deafen.
over here. So,
Yeah.
who wants a glowy tummy?
You don't want it.
No, can't see in the dark, so this is actually great for me.
Then take it.
Thank
Enjoy.
you, thank you.
I'll tell you what, Jason. Instead of solidifying, I could reverse the concoction.
Well, I mean, are you going to expand on that, or am I just here to assume that this is going to turn me into some kind of pile of jelly?
Jelly. Jelly is close. Not expand, though. More like condense. Squeeze. Ah. She grabs a hold of some fruit and begins squeezing the juice into a bowl. And she mixes together what looks to be the wateriest of toads. Like, just squashes it in with the... and makes a weird fine paste. And she says, "There. The thinning. Pliable. You will be able to squeeze through the smallest of gaps."
I'll take that. I'd rather be more versatile than double down on something that I'm already sick at.
Then go with the Great Mother's gifts and boons.
Do you have any suggestions as to where we should start?
She says, "This land has a few locations of interest." And she will list a couple. Let's have a look. So, we have the village of the Gleaming Fins is where you are already located right now. There's the old ruin, which is on the map to the right. And what else? What's it called? One second. Okay, yeah, here we go. I could always use with more eels. There is a location known as the Dire Eel Hole. There's a lounge there. Some hunters try to wrestle them, prove their strength. But it is here in this lagoon. And she'll create an illusion with her fireflies. And the halo kind of separates into a constellation representing the small landmass. And that is oh yeah, the maps and the thing. That's, you see that little face, you see the little Loch Ness monster there on the map with the lean-tos.
Here.
Where are you pinging? Sorry, yeah, that's exactly the one. Yeah. She says, "There. Dire Eel Hole is there. And then, past that, the Pepper Farms. There are some of the soldiers there. They are trying to collect on some sort of price. There is the Singer's Stone as well. Perhaps if you wish to learn some history of this place, you can learn from the old ones. Maybe even earn their tattoos." And she gestures towards the... Let's see, where is it? That is over here. My ping is in white. That's not
Okay.
helpful.
I see.
But for the most part, Just travel the river.
Ah, I see you haven't disabled drawing tools.
No. There are many locales along river. All you need do is begin circling the circuit. This wheel of life and death will just turn. Eventually you will wind up at where you need to be. But there is no wrong place. There is no wrong place.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
hop up. I'm going to go and meditate, have a tiny existential crisis, mourn the once again death of the love of my life, and then let's get to it, yes?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Shoulder and gives him a guidance, just like a pity guidance.
Yasin just sort of like storms out of the tent, walks off into the distance away from people, then you just hear like a distant scream.
Oh no. Don't suppose that what was recovered with me was my bottle of wine.
This is the Shadowfell.
Because now would be a really great time to crack it open. I'm just saying.
Yes, you can. But this is the Shadowfell, and as the sweet wine hits your lips, the taste is dulled. You
This
didn't.
place is so depressing.
Yeah, it is. And in fact, hearing Jason scream, that is very reminiscent of things you would hear in the Shadowfell. Lost souls screaming into the void. No response. No gods answering their prayers.
Ooh.
Well, I'm gonna go cry.
Carrick is like just very, very perplexed, but also kind of curious. He like really thought there's just gonna be like a very different outcome. He's not trying to like game the system necessarily, but can I roll an Arcana for what he thinks might happen if he rolls death if he casts Death Ward on himself? Is he like dead or like
Roll
if
me
that's
an
like a way to
Arcana
kind of
check.
like sneakily.
Roll me an Arcana check. Comfort is the first thing that springs to mind. The idea that potentially you are warded from something, just a feeling of protection is good enough, but you're unsure. You feel solid, you feel like you're all here, and you don't feel yourself rotting either. If the death curse existed here, well, you'll know within a few days, you guess. But
I do know that I'm undead.
you are undead, and if you are protecting yourself with a ward, that will at least stop you from fully ceasing.
Right about that turn undead spell
Mm-hmm.
myself. Anyway, yeah, I'll meditate and reflect and take a short rest to get some hit points
Okay.
back.
You can absolutely do that, yeah. Go ahead. Take a short rest if you are, or if you want to go for a long, let me know.
I think
Um,
a long might be a good idea.
A
'Cause
long?
everyone's still quite fucked up.
okay. In that case, you can go for a long rest.
Does everyone agree? Or
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. You find shelter in one of the nearby huts. Mardu sees to your wounds and redresses them. And as for yours, Jason, yours do not seem to be healing like the others over a quicker period. You do
Mine
gain
too.
the benefits of a long rest. Everyone can do that right now. Long rest. However, There's something that feels missing. It's just a portion of your strength that has not returned over the course of this long rest. It's very minor, but you feel it is a grave sign. Should you linger here, both
Just
Jason,
Jason or Carrick too?
yep, both Jason and Carrick, your maximum HP has been reduced by 1.
Well, it's not like I had many anyway.
And keep that as a temporary for now. So make a note of what your max HP actually is. And what else? Something else I needed to do. Something else I needed to tell you guys. That's right. I remember now. You all level up.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm so confused.
You're confused. What's up?
Death
Oh.
Death is a bit strange. But
only half of us are dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get myself drunk in this very depressing dimension with wine that tastes like shit.
Yeah, the wine is like dulled and almost like
Grim.
empty. It feels like empty wine, you know? It doesn't even feel like you're drinking something. Every now and again there is a bit of a taste, but it doesn't linger.
How do you level up?
Yeah, so
Oh.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Go into your character sheet. Under features, you have your class levels. You want to hit the pencil on that, then go into details, plonk that up to 8. You'll either roll your hit die or take the average and then manually adjust your hit points yourself that way. And then obviously keep a note of any features or anything that you're picking up off the book, and then you manually drag those features from the compendium into your character sheet.
Damn.
I
Thank
should
you.
repeat that for any number of times.
She's getting chunky. 73 hit points.
My ability score is going up. We're going to probably take that Dungeon Delver feat. Makes too much sense. It's going to keep me alive, assuming we get out of this place. Assuming I'm even alive.
If you didn't take it, I was going to take it. So.
I mean, we can't both
Okay.
take it.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
Ooh, land stripe.
Wouldn't dream.
That's fun. Just fucking run through shit now. Feature level.
I'm very confused at what I'm doing.
Level 8 is a interesting one. You get to pick a feat. Is everyone going for a feat, or are they?
I'm going for a feat, yeah.
Yep.
I think so.
And with the now mission before you that you need to delve into this old ruin, I think not only is it fitting past Jasin, but also future Jasin now knowing what he needs to do.
Oh, actually, that's kind of a point. If we finish this, are we going to be level... And this is probably metagamey, but if we finish this like side thing, are we going to come out of it level 9 or...
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, in which case I'm not going to take Dungeon Delver just yet, I think, because being able to bump my constitution and my dexterity by 1 would probably be...
Yeah. You won't get another feat at level 9, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Dungeon Delver it is. Damn it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like...
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm a brain fart.
That's all right.
I'm gonna take lucky.
I mean,
Chris,
we need
can
it.
Yeah, can we
I'm
take
gonna need
feats
it, that's
from the new source book?
The new feats.
Yeah.
A lot of those are really damn powerful, but which one are you picking out? Yeah.
Can
Shadow
I take
Touch?
shadow touched.
I knew. How did I get that? Shadow Touch is a perfect fit for Revive. Yeah, absolutely, you
Yep.
can take that. Yeah.
Yay! Thank you.
What do we add feats in Compendium? I found it.
The funnier part was I was looking at that as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you would all have the option to take Shadow Touch if you wanted.
Two
It's a nice little
4th level
package.
spell slots.
It's a nice package. You get like an ability score increase. You get what else do you get, Revive? You get
You
a
get the
spell.
invisibility spell and a first level spell from either illusion or necromancy, and you can cast them without expending a spell slot.
It's a nice little bag.
Yeah.
And the ability score increase. What are you putting that into?
I'll put it into wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, because my dex is already
I
maxed.
can't find the feat.
Where would
Oh,
we
which
find them?
which feet?
So I'm just gonna try to take lucky.
uh, I wouldn't call your situation lucky.
Need the luck. I'm not dead. I'm not dead.
I think we established. Yes, you
I
are.
You
was
are.
dead. but I'm dead and talking. I feel lucky.
What do you like to? Would we need to put feats in manually, or is there a bit where you can?
Let me help you with that. I'll have a look
Yeah.
for you.
I'm a bit confused.
Let me try doing something. Doop-a-doo feats. Shadow touched. There it is. Click import. Done.
Thank you.
Have a look now.
Oh, look at that! Yay!
And where are you doing this? I don't know.
What feat did you want? Lucky.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try. Looking for it. Mhm.
14.
There it is. All right, it's in. You should have it now, Carrick.
Right.
I have another stupid question. I can't remember how to put spells in.
You open up the compendium and then drag them in
Ooh.
from there.
Got it. Thank you.
Cool.
Invisibility.
Okay. So you've got two directions you can go in this place: upriver or downriver, effectively. And you don't really miss. You won't really miss anything because obviously everything's on the. This is a river-based adventure, effectively. You've got a number of points of interest, but if you did a whole circuit, you'd effectively not miss a thing. But
Which way does the river go?
so you've got upstream, which would be to the right, and then downstream, you're going to the left.
Sorry, I'm being slow and still trying to figure this out.
I'm trying to figure out what couple of spells I'm going to steal. Will I be able to copy greater invisibility from the Direx's spellbook?
Yes, you can. Just tell me again what money have you got left, gold-wise?
God, yeah. Probably not
I
a lot.
have plenty if you need.
I have
Okay.
8 platinum and 10 gold.
Jason, while you're here, you can exchange that gold for inks and incense from Syndra.
Lovely.
Sati Wasati.
I'll give you all my gold.
I've got 624.
Yeah, I've got 200 gold and 860 silver.
I would then ask what she needs the gold for here. What, have they got a strip mall, or is there
Ask her after.
is there a bookies? Can I just keep the gold? Can I just have the ink?
It will be used to pay the ferryman.
Right.
She grins.
God, she's so fucking creepy now.
Well, I mean, she wasn't exactly a bad
Wasn't
house
she always?
before.
Yeah, okay, I know she wasn't before, but still.
And we don't have Bodie McBoatface?
You do, actually.
Oh, okay.
We do,
Mhm.
okay.
Bodhi McBayface makes a return.
Just not sweet baby boy.
Okay,
No.
poor
no.
dear. Okay, so the water is going in
Oh, that's cool.
this way?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go, if we do a little quick hike across from here to over here, we can go check out, and then we can all be downriver,
Let me
going
just
with
check let me just check where you guys actually are on the map. Village, yeah, you're in the right place. Yeah. And you're
Yeah.
in the village. So you've got two directions you can go.
Are Tasha's spells good to go?
I've not read all of them, but yeah, which one?
Tasha's mind whip.
Oh, of course.
'Cause
I
it's
know that one,
dope.
though.
So good.
I do know that one.
Yeah, it's like, boom, slowing damage. Boom, slowing damage.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty powerful. I'll say... Oh. So I was hoping to keep this module contained, but you know what? Yeah, sure. You can take mine, right?
Lovely, thank you.
Cool.
Powerful spell.
I have some new spells, which is fun.
Cool. Yeah,
So,
invisibility and...
I
What
can
did you
just-
pick?
I think this is going to be useful.
I took inflict wounds.
Inflict wounds.
Yeah.
That's a touch necrotic damage dealing spell.
Yeah.
Cool. Very nice. All right then. So after the long rest, Justin and Carrick, you find yourselves struggling to come out of this stupor. It doesn't even feel like you were actually sleeping. You felt your body resting, but it's almost like you were awake the whole time anyway. And I guess, Justin, you would be because you're just meditating. But it's hard to find a moment of peace, not knowing what's going on here, and the fact that just there seems to be a fog in the air, a heavy fog, draining you of emotion, draining you of the will to go on. But there is a hope.
Yasin's kind of finding it hard to separate that sensation from just the general crippling depression that he's struggling with right now.
Mm,
I feel like Jason really needs a hug.
definitely. And Carrick, being separated from your metal friend, you're with having no response as you reach out with the amulet. There's a hopelessness.
Because
Takes
yeah, Carrick is less Carrick is less hopeful of him getting out of this, and his kind of mission right now is to make sure that Ignir and Revi get out.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And he's sorry that Yasin is in there too, but Carrick's kind of making peace with his wavering mortality.
How does Ravia feel in this? Because you dove in after them.
Horrendous. She's been through this before. Like the last time she tried to dive in after someone. She couldn't save them, she couldn't find them. But now it's not sure if it would have hurt more if she couldn't find them. Or it's the fact that it's like they're being taunted in front of her. They're there, but she knows they're not okay. So yeah, she's probably feeling pretty shit. And this place absolutely gives her the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
But it's just oddly familiar. So
Give me an Arcana check with advantage as you are contemplating this area.
19.
Fantastic. The more and more you stay here, seeing all of your friends experiencing these deep and saddened emotions, it is without a doubt, it has to be the Shadowfell. To you, you remember the Shadowfell being a dark and twisted, gloomy forest. It was a reflection of the forest that you grew up in, that you lived around. It makes sense that perhaps here within Chult, the Shadowfell is a reflection of the jungle still, but one that's filled with some inconsistencies. But we'll find out more where this weirdness goes, because oftentimes in the Shadowfell, you also see a place of decay and rot. Here, there still seems to be, quote, life, and maybe that's just the vibrance of the jungle trying to fight through it, or perhaps there is a darker side to this place you've yet to uncover that will truly speak of the Shadowfell's torment. But for now, this is what you have. And finally, Ignir, you've been robbed of your power. The one thing that you were going to use to accomplish all your goals. And that last word you heard before it was yanked from your finger, unworthy. It's the same words that presence used to describe Artis Simba when you robbed the ring of him, effectively. So what's Ignir thinking right now?
Mostly contemplating his relationship with his patron and his quest for power, and how he feels inadequate and somewhat humbled.
Yeah. Humbled is a great word to describe it, yeah. It's the first real loss you've had. Up till now, it's been victory, victory, victory. Now you've actually really lost, and here you find yourself.
Also just very confused by watching, I guess, kind of watching two people die, and then suddenly finding ourselves here.
Okay. Confusion is good. For me, at least. It means I've started to evoke what I'm trying to. But it's going to perhaps get clearer, or maybe get worse. In fact, it's probably going to get worse. The more confusing, the more play. In fact, Revive would know this. The longer you would stay within the Shadowfell, the more depriving it becomes of emotion. The more it kind of pulls you into a sense of despair that there will never be an escape. It is a realm that you don't want to stay in for too long. And it does seem like as soon as Jason and Carrot come out of their rest, you see bags under their eyes. Even though you understand elves do not need sleep, there seems to be a slow deterioration to them. Carrot looks like a slightly bit thinner, just around the cheekbones. It's not major, but it's subtle enough that you notice it Revive because you're looking for those signs.
Everyone
Alright.
ready to get moving?
Yeah.
All right. Boaty McBoatface, Electric Boogaloo too. I'll say it for you because I know.
It says it sadly.
Yeah.
Boaty McBoatface 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Sadly, the boat unfurls slowly. Seems to hear the command and understand it as a delicate moment. So yes, the boat unfurls very slowly, but finally turns into your normally happy boat. But it does have a sad and somber face in the front right now.
It's so
Which direction would you like to sail?
I say we head for that pointy rock.
Yeah, they said there's answers there, right?
I do like answers, and
Hmm.
I'm reaching the darker, edgier phase of my character arc, so one of those tattoos might go quite well with that. I'm thinking.
Just make sure you lower back.
Do we get the sense that what did you say? She said that Sylvain said gods don't reach here.
I did. So
You did,
yeah, maybe not Sylvain, but
Sylvain.
you could try it.
This character.
But aren't there
Yeah,
gods
yeah,
that
do they?
call the Shadowfell home?
Yep, there are.
Aren't you, like, shacked up with one of them?
Not exactly.
Think you could hit her up? Slide into her DMs?
I can certainly try. I will step away from the group and meditate for a moment and reach my consciousness out to my patron.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Just trying to hear this.
As usual, sub 10. I think that means that she's listening.
She's definitely about.
I could try to talk to her for you.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to respond.
She doesn't really like other people getting in the way.
So, we're gonna have to. What if we just do a quick little portage across this peninsula? Oh no, we're gonna go up. So we're going upriver. No, we're going with the river, and then we could maybe cut across land and then come back around the river, all downriver that way.
Where's the spiky stone again?
Sorry?
So we're headed. We're gonna go to here, right?
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Let's move your characters. Alright. Oh, no character left behind. There we go.
And is this like cliffs? Like, what does this terrain look like? Like,
Yes, it is a cliff overhanging the river itself. And
Okay.
to get to it quickly, you want to go around this way. So, through the river, you paddle. You have to get past the eels first. So, let me just see here. It's been a while since you've been on river. In fact, most of your adventure has been through Revire's, like, cutting down the trees and, following her approach. But the river is a slower. Well, it feels slower, but it's actually faster. It's a more gentle, less taxing kind of venture into the jungle. And as you go, let's roll a thing. Okay. I'd like Revire to roll me a d20.
10.
10.
Mhm.
Okay. You head downriver and you start to see a bird flutter down and land on a branch. It is blue and orange, and its slender, sleek beak and feathers resemble a bird that is quite common in perhaps other locales, but you haven't seen one in Chult until now. It is a kingfisher. And you think it's looking at you. It is. You see another, and then another, and they seem to all land on different branches, and they all just seem to be watching all of you as you sail down this river. The boat eventually winds around. Sorry, Ravaya, was you going to say something?
No, it's just they're just sitting and watching us.
They are. These blue and orange birds are clearly watching you.
It's deeply unsettling. Sorry, on you go.
Right. Then you come back round. You come round the bend and into this large lagoon, and you can tell there are a number of lean-tos. And here you hear like shouting in the distance as well, and you hear kind of like cheers, like yeah, and you hear a big splash, and that's when you see this man rear out of the water and seemingly grabbing a hold of this massive snake-like creature with slick skin and like oil coating flesh, and he kind of like for just a moment comes out of the water before he arches his back and then lands back into the water. And in the deepest part of this lagoon there seems to be like this megalith, and it's shaped in the visage of an eel grinning, its head just poking out of the water, just smiling at you as you are sailing into this lagoon. The river enters the lagoon, and then you have to kind of like sail through it to get to the other side. So, what do you guys do here? You hear there's some shouting, and they've obviously noticed you. These muscular hunters and trappers. And they're like, "Hey, you! You come to wrestle the diarrheals? Hmm? Come to prove your strength."
No. We're going to look for
No.
some answers.
I say, "Come on. We will watch and take bets."
Do I look like I wrestle eels? Don't answer that.
He says, "Come, come. I will wager a prize."
And what kind of prizes do you have?
He looks at you, trying to kind of judge maybe what kind of things you might be into, perhaps. And says, "Look like adventurers. We have gear."
Define gear.
What kind?
We have rope, nets, rations, wine.
These
Things that we
these waters
lost?
have our ship.
Yeah, almost like things you lost.
I'm gonna make a little
How about
cube
some
potion.
paints?
Do you
How about
have
some paints?
Paints. No, but we do have this small bar of soap. It was made from the fat of a murderer.
You're not really selling it.
Okay, you can lift any curse. How about that?
All right,
Sure.
we're in for that. Yep, in for.
Okay. All right then. Who's up?
Don't think we should stay about here too long.
Just
think-
wade in, wriggle your toes.
Yeah, I don't think wrestling eels is really my forte.
But isn't it?
Hmm?
You want to wrestle an eel?
Me?
I could make you better at it.
I'm not particularly strong.
You're stronger than the three of us combined.
Fine. If I die in the Shadowfell, we're gonna have a serious issue.
Oh,
Okay. Fine. Let's get this over
I guess.
with.
Oh, I guess you and Ignia are similarly strong.
So yeah,
I'm not very strong. I'm only +1.
So am I.
so you get close to the water's edge, everyone, and the man who is kind of gesturing into the lagoon. He has these massive, muscly arms, but he has this body odor like roadkill. It doesn't seem like the lagoon has done much to to mask that. Must have been wrestling all day.
Is
And,
there so the goal? You'll give us that soap if we catch an eel.
Mm-hmm.
Need someone that seems like he needs the bloody soap.
Must
Cool.
subdue it.
So subdue it, not kill it. Okay. Is killing it an option, or
They look at one another, and then you just hear all the men laugh in unison.
someone hold my fucking hat?
Oh, you did not just laugh.
All right, I'll cast enhance ability for strength on Ravaya.
Okay. Taga, Dasa. Let's get this show on the road. And they have definitely waded in as well. And they start wriggling their toes in the water. And they have kind of gone into a squat position, their arms out wide across the surface of the water. And await one of the eels to approach. And
Follow suit.
okay, you can give me an animal handling check. You want-
Why are we doing that? They laughed at me. Okay?
Animal handling,
They did.
not strength. Damn it.
No, not to begin with. Animal handling. To see
That's
if
a 19.
19. Oh, nice. Okay, you definitely attract one of the eels into an engaging dance of strength, and this eel begins to sort of circle you for a moment, watching you, and it waits for you to sort of make the first move, it seems. But it has definitely got close enough for you to kind of reach. As for the rest of the wrestlers, they get. Let's roll for them. Let's do this. Yep, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm playing as Jason. Okay, the other two seem to get a little bit impatient and like splash the water, and immediately the eels strike at both of them. And Ravaya, your one is still circling you. What do you do?
Yeah, let's try it. I'm trying to wrestle a friggin' eel, I guess.
All right.
Or like
Th-
lunge at it and
Yeah, go for it.
don't
Give me
suppose-
an athletics check to wrestle this thing.
what do I get with enhanced ability?
Advantage.
Spicy.
Nice.
18.
Nice. Okay. As for the eel, they have some strength behind them. Let's have a look.
But are they a captain?
Let's see. All right. Oops,
I think
not how you roll.
you're-
Not how you roll.
Oh, did you just do a 20? Oh, fuck. That's a D30.
I'm clearly flagging in these last 20 minutes. Right, I can do this, and it never happened. There we go. Right, so where were we? That's right. 1d20. Jesus.
Well, that ain't
2.
gonna cut it.
No, it's not. Okay, the first wriggling begins as you're trying to wrestle it. It's squirming and trying to get to the tail end, but you've gripped on with a vice-like grip. And even though it's very slimy, you somehow manage to grip onto its lower half. And of course, it's reacting to this by coiling around its head towards your back. And you're just about to hear it splash, and basically it's going to try and tackle you from behind. What do you do? This is for the other guys.
I cast Inflict Wounds on it.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's going to be a hit. Easily a hit. So, are you casting it directly into the tail?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Tail.
All right.
So,
the slimy texture withers and becomes cracked. You see its skin has all dried and gone wrinkly as well. The tail kind of even slims down in your grip, giving you actually an easier grip. But the top end, as it was about to tackle into you, you can hear it writhing and wriggling as it's definitely taken a ton of fucking damage. That's insane. 26 necrotic. Oh god, it's because you rolled 998. It's bloody insane. Okay. The eel is sapped of its strength from this necrotic damage. As you look around, you've got a moment to witness the other wrestlers and seeing their techniques. One of them is trying to bundle it up like a load of rope, and as it does so, it coils and springs out of that coil, and the wrestler is almost knocked off his feet into the water. The other one has just gone into like full beatdown mode. He's kind of like elbow dropping it, and the anaconda-like creature wraps its tail end around its neck and begins strangling him. And each kind of elbow drop becomes weaker and weaker. First round, you've already gained a huge lead on them. So the next thing the eel will try to do is escape your grasp. So you can roll me another athletics check.
how long does enhance ability last?
Oh,
An hour. You're
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
18.
An 18. Okay.
Yeah.
It has got acrobatics. It's not. Okay. Let's check how much it's got. Alright. With that, he does manage to slip. It seems like his tail end literally decays off. Like a gecko. Gecko? Like, it's like a gecko, like ejecting its tail, and it just leaves it behind. The rest of the slimy body kind of begins to wrap between your legs and forms like a figure of 8 beneath them. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try and trip you down. And because you can't quite see it, I'm gonna say it's got advantage on this.
Okay.
Give me I guess it can be like an acrobatics if you want. Try and like step out of it.
I'll take athletics. Can I take athletics?
You can take athletics as well, yeah.
Just because
You can
I've
use
got
strength.
advantage.
Oh right, yeah, that make more sense. 19,
23.
fantastic. Okay. So he rolled a 19 as well. Dang. Yeah, 19 plus 4 is gonna beat you with. Wait, you rolled a 23.
Thank
I
you.
rolled a 23. They're basically even. Oh my god. Okay, so there is a knotting happening in the water below your feet. You can feel it tangled, and it seems like it's struggling to trip you, but at the same time you can't move either. Meanwhile, the other wrestlers. Let's go with this. The snakes. No, the. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. And then the wrestlers. wrestlers are. One of them starts to. Yeah. Okay. One of them starts to get a good grip of the eel he's wrestling, and actually manages to swing it out of the water, such that it's lost its ability to sort of push through it. And as he's swinging it around, it's like almost it's almost turned it into like what are they? What's that Olympic sport? The hammer throw. Yeah, it's like a hammer throw. He's got the eel by the tail and just swinging it, and the eel's mouth is just agape right now. The other eel, however, just got a natural 20 and lurches out of the water like Free Willy and lands on top of the back of the wrestler, and you see him go under. And there's a few bubbles that rise to the surface, and a good moment passes. But you've got your own thing to concentrate on. So back to yours. There is a knotted eel around your legs, and you can't move. Can't move the legs anyway. What do you do? Jesus
I
Christ! All right.
crit on inflict wounds.
That's just gonna turn it to dust.
Oh,
Yeah,
can I,
you read.
Can some of it still remain so I can throw it on the shore?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. You wither this thing down to just pretty much like it's a strawberry lace, and yeah, you throw this very emaciated, thinned eel onto the shoreline. What the hell?
So
What is
about
that?
soap? That's an eel. That's a dead eel, to be precise.
They like kick it. It twitches. The hell did you do to it?
I wrestled with it and I killed it.
It looked like you squeezed all the toothpaste out of the tube.
You guys have toothpaste?
We have soap, so why not? We the other
You
two
don't
wrestlers.
smell like you have soap.
True.
Oh god! Just as you manage to do that, the other wrestler goes. Hold on. All these 16s, they're all in a stalemate. It seems. The other one's like, "I just give me a moment. I've almost got it." Ah! And he's still got him like in this kind of swinging motion, but the eel is wrapped around his wrists, and as he tries to let go of the eel, it's actually just swinging him around now. And they just both collapse into the water eventually. They kind of just trip. The other wrestler, and as for the last wrestler, he never comes up from the water. No, he doesn't come back up. There's just a few more bubbles, and that's it. Fine. You can take your soap. We don't need it anyway.
Is
We
it
don't
one-time use soap, or
Does it smell like I
Just-
used it?
no? Like, is it a one-time? Like, if you use it, you have to use it all to get rid of a curse, or
I have not used it myself, but you'll find
Okay.
out you'll find out when you use it. I'm sure.
Gaktar's gonna cast Identify on this goddamn soap.
It's absolutely pulling your pisser.
Cool. Yeah, it's just so no. How evil would that be?
I
No,
cast so many big spells.
it does indeed have the power to remove a curse,
And
whether
is
it's
it
enough
one? Yeah.
one use. Let's just double check. So I think you could probably get an extra use or two out of a soap.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, it's got like 3 uses.
Soap of remove curse.
Yeah, soap of remove curse. Yeah, and that's probably why that guy smelt of roadkill. It's because he hasn't used any of it. But nonetheless, you've bested the eel wrestling, and you can be on with your journey.
Brilliant.
Have a good 10 minutes to get to that.
Can I look at that soap provided?
Here, have some soap.
I'd like to. Oh, no, never mind. We'll save it for later. I still am slightly under the effects of a curse.
What?
That I'd love to get off at some point, I think, but it's not pressing.
Are you still attached to your amulet?
No, I had a really bad dream and I lost 5 hit points.
Oh god,
yeah.
your maximum is going down real
Crap.
fast. Damn.
Yeah, so that would, if I could remove that curse, that would be great.
That-
But maybe somebody else will get more curse. I can also remove a lot of other curses, but if this says it can remove any curse,
Well,
that would be
considering you're going to start feeling a lot more crap the longer we stay here. You might want to get those 5 back ASAP.
it'll be a good test maybe if we can see if it works. But we can maybe save it for a little bit.
Okay. Alright. We've got 10 minutes before we can wrap up. So I'd like Justin to roll me the next D20 as you sail further down river.
Certainly. That's not a D. That's a
It's
D. That's a 5.
5.
No encounter.
Oh no, there's always encounters. This is otherwise, what would be the point? Okay, so, interesting. So, heading around towards this more, as you put it yourself, kind of craggy, mountainous-looking area, there is a steep cliff to your right, and as the boat kind of sails down past it, keeping a wary eye on it, just in case something leaps from above it. And you hear the rustling, Carrick, with your high passive perception of some sort of movement in the foliage above. The canopy kind of overhangs, and there is a lot of vines. Some of them are shaking as well. You can tell something is up there, rustling around, and then, whatever it was, you can hear it leap and land onto another branch. And it seems to be tracking you downriver, leaping from branch to branch, but the foliage is covering their form. The canopy is just too thick.
I'll point it out to the group, and yeah, I mean, does it sound like it's a big thing? Like monkey-sized, or?
Yeah, potentially. Exactly, monkey-sized.
I'm gonna shout out, Wongo? Wongo, is that you?
You suddenly hear a chatter. It sounds like a forest rustling, but without wind. As it continues to rustle, it's getting louder. And as soon as you say Wongo, suddenly you see a rock thrown from the canopy coming straight towards you guys.
My shield. My
okay.
physical shield, not my magical shield.
Gotcha.
How big is the rock?
Big enough that it would probably knock someone unconscious if it collided with their head. Probably about fist-sized.
Can I use Mage Hand to sort of like divert its path, swat it out the way?
Okay.
as well?
Yeah, you bring up your mage hand and thwack the rock away, and it looks like it was going for Carrick. And then a couple more kind of begin to be thrown, and you start to see their forms as they have to like lurch out to get a good throw. And as you see this arm seems to be made of woody sinew that reaches from the branches itself. You begin to realize those forms within the trees are the trees themselves, except they look like they have coiled tails and monkey-like faces. Their arms are long and gangly. They reach down past their legs. And they seem to bend at joints. But yeah, go on.
Faster than them in a boat?
Sorry?
Are we moving faster than them in our boat, or no?
No, they have been keeping pace with you. And another rock comes flying down towards the group.
I'm gonna cast Confusion at the at the mass. Oop,
Okay, go ahead.
I click it, and then it just. Okay, 3.
The next rock kind of just smashes on your shield. Confusion. All right. Well,
I
D20.
don't know how many.
They would fail that.
Cool.
Distorting
They're
the
gonna have-
minds of these creatures.
They're gonna have a rough minute.
Yeah,
Or
they
awkward
are.
minute.
Okay. The rustling gets louder and louder. You're expecting to hear kind of like raucous monkey noises, but the rustling just seems to be shaking back and forth, like someone's just kind of snapped a load of branches and they're just tumbling down on top of each other. So that's going to be a bit awkward for them. A 9?
Copy and paste. I'll copy and paste. That's 9. They can act and move normally.
Oh wow! So they get quite lucky on the first turn and throw a volley of rocks at all of you. But okay, looks like one of them's going to hit. Jason, as you try to like mage hand 1 or 3 of them away, there's too many kind of raining down on you, and one of them does get past and collides with Ignir for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
Crack.
Why are all the monkeys in these goddamn places so mean?
They didn't seem to be offensive until you mentioned the name Wongo, but hey. Okay, I'm gonna roll another d10. 1. What do they do on that? Movement, random direction. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Because there's a lot of them, so... Okay. Some of them you suddenly see fall from the treetops, and 1 or 2 of them actually swing far out and into like the view of over the boat, but then they seem to like pull themselves back, like a long limb whips out like a lasso, and as it snaps onto a branch, you can see the full length of these creatures' limbs. They seem to be wood and vine, but they are taking the forms of monkeys, and as they pull themselves in, they kind of yank back onto the branch and land there. And again, they open their mouths, and you hear this rustling. And they watch you. One of them just jumps down and onto the ground, using its full movement. And it kind of tilts its head, looking around, confused. But then watches you, sailing around. I'm going to say that the next couple of turns, they've either got to try and catch up to you guys, or they might end up just doing more random things. Oh my god, they can act normally again. Oh god, okay. Some of them do catch up to you again. Does anyone want to do anything? You can see them catching up. Only because I got lucky with a 10. Oh, okay. I'm gonna roll again. 3. They catch up to you guys, and in your moment of hesitation, they have rocks again ready in hand, and they stand there, doing nothing. They seem to just freeze up, as if they've just gone brain dead or something.
We don't actually like Wongo. We were just curious because you're monkeys.
Roll a persuasion check. Wait, what did you get? I saw the dice roll, it didn't come up.
I'm a little confused by that too.
That was really strange. Okay, well, you seem to say this aloud enough for them to actually hear it, and they kind of stop in their their momentum, throwing these rocks, but they seem to eye you warily, regardless.
Sorry, 14. I don't know why that was taking so long.
14. All right. You say the name Wongo again. They have rustled and seemingly recalled from the trail, and they have now backed up into the canopy and into the jungle tree line. And you can't even see the point at which they disappear. It might be that they just kind of resume their tree-like forms. But you've never seen a creature like this in Chult, nor heard of one. And as you come round the bend, finally evading their area, you approach a cliff, and it seems to be formed into a natural amphitheater. And you can hear singing. It seems to be in different tones of voice, but from the sounds of it, they seem to be mostly like male voices. And it's not like a pleasant like song. It seems to be more of a gruff kind of chant, maybe like a haka or something. And as you're coming around the bend, you see the singers are atop this amphitheater, and their tattoos that they're wearing seem to be of kind of bright designs. Some of them are actually colored. They seem to be of either constellations. Some of them seem to be of crocodiles and various wild beasts, and others seem to be just more like tribal tattoos. But the cliff itself looks very precarious. It looks very like it should be able to collapse at any moment right now. But I think as you come around and start to see this display, I think that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Okay.
That's been a lot.
Oh my god.
A lot.
That was a heavy sesh.
Would you like to sign us off, Chris? And I'll...
Yes, we'll get these guys to bed. It has been a heavy session, and it has taken a strange and weird turn, but one that I hope will shed light on some character developments that have long since been overdue, and we'll see what happens by the end of this. For now, we'll have to sail through these muddy waters. But thank you very much for watching. We'll see you all next week. Bye-bye.